just live, and I don't know what happened to the live, but I just dropped my daughter off to the house with her sister. I gotta drink something. So while I'm sitting here, I want to show y'all. I want to show y'all this house right here. You see, it's empty, and you can't see it right now back here. I'm gonna show y'all in the morning. This guy mowed all the leaves in my yard, and tell me why it's still in the front. So it's like, why did they feel the need to mow the leaves when they was just gonna leave the leaves on the floor? They did it Friday, or was it Thursday or Friday, and they haven't picked up the piles of leaves that they mowed. So the motive was just to blow it in my car, like he did. So live video. So all right, so I'm about to walk to the store again, again. All right, this is not good. Okay, so I was getting myself together to walk. My pants are falling down. Oh man. So this is definitely not a good idea, y'all, but hold on. So my neighbor is in the house right now, but usually his car be here, but I don't know if maybe his car messed up, or or what I'm assuming he did, just moved the car to make it seem like he doesn't live there. But I just smelled the weed, and nobody else on my block. It's older people that's on the block only. He smoked on this block, on where I stay at. So it was definitely him that did it last time when the landlord was here, and they said it was me. But I promise y'all, it wasn't me. It was my neighbor. You could smell the smoke in the air right now. And here go my landlord right here. Here go my landlord. So here go my landlord right here, passing by. And he never used to mess with me, so I don't know why he doing this now. Like, he was really kind when I first met him. He was really kind, and he used to tell me stuff like, I had no clue that happened, or I had no clue that the water heater was out. I had no clue, 'cause I have issues with the water heater since I moved there. Like, it went out all the time. So he told me last time he came to fix it that if you see how they just shine they bright lights on me. So they do that to let other people that know that you right there. So he said, this stood out to me. He said they was never reporting the stuff. So my sarcastic ass said that to them one day when I supposed to kept that to myself. I wasn't supposed to tell them what he's told me, because then they reached back out to him, and now he's black. He's trolling me, but it's only for survival why he's trolling me. He's not meaning to troll me. He see that I mind my business. He see that I don't cause trouble. So he really not. He don't want to do this to me. Like, I'm using my witch sense. The guy don't want to do this to me. That's why he keep riding by. He feel bad to do everything he just did. He know that these people fucking with me. He know it. So I gotta move February 28th, and because the program shut down, and they're telling me that I could put my name on the lease, but that was a trick. They want to put my name on the lease so they could say that I'm the reason for all the problems in the house. Like they blamed the roof on me when I first moved there. Like I could get that overnight. It's like buying a lemon from a dealership, and they blame the problems on you when it happened over years. And that's saying I wasn't utilizing resources, but they haven't given me any resources. I had to really say that when I said it on my live, they popped up with paperwork. That's how I know they be watching my lives. They popped up with an application for HUD 811. Mind you, they were supposed to give me that HUD 811 paperwork a year before in 2020 and 2025. I think it was March when they made me come down there. So she told me she was gonna give me the HUD 811 paperwork in March, and they never brought it to me. I kept asking about it, kept emailing them about it. Every time I called, their voicemail was full. They never picked up. And then months later, you pop up with it after you told me months prior that it was gonna take years, maybe months, for them to call me. So now it's like, did you do that HUD 811 paperwork? They can help you. But then you tell me a few months ago it's gonna take months, boo. I've already did it. Cause she was trying to say, then you didn't give us that HUD. You didn't. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. She said, we tried to help you and give you HUD 811 paperwork. Like some reverse psychology shit, knowing that I was begging you for it, blowing you up for it, and you never bought it to me. So I hit him with cause you ain't the only person that I know. I had to remind her, remember, I am the one who found this program. I didn't get on this housing program because I was a mental health patient of yours and you guys gave it to me. No, I signed this application before I was even at your facility because there was an autism program that reached out to me to help me and my girls. When I was living in hotels, they paid my hotel up and gave me this resource for that lady, for that program. And those people came to my hotel and I signed the paperwork. So they tried to say it like, oh, you not like DCF didn't send me to them. Nobody sent me to them. I went to them. And they tried to make it seem like that. And I said, oh, no. I see what you're trying to do. But I came here voluntarily. Nobody sent me here. This is not a good idea of me. Let me be walking over here. But I gotta calm my nerves down. It's been about almost a week now. I haven't smoked sativa. Only because I was telling y'all my last live. I've been trying to prove a point to myself mostly, but to people who would make it seem like it's a bad thing to smoke Jane when allegedly it's for entertainment. YouTube, allegedly marijuana is beneficial for your health, not just your physical health, but your mental health as well. So for these people who do hard drugs to troll me and say that I'm doing drugs when it's weed, I wanted to prove a point that I don't need nothing. So it's been almost 2 years I haven't touched marijuana, and I be wanting it, y'all, but I have a strong will, strong mind. But all it did was result me into, look, that car did a U-turn coming back this way. All it did was invert to me smoking sativa. And because of that, I don't feel safe smoking it. Because I go one day to get sativa, and the place was like shut the fuck down with police officers there. So nobody could go in there. I come back one day that, just after it all wear off, I go back to be nosy to ask what happened. And the guy said they confiscated the sativa. I said, what? Huh? And that's when I noticed that it does taste funny. So when I look for sativa, I try to go for 100% sativa, even though I know it's still not 100%. It's better than getting 60% sativa, something that says 60% or 50%, and it's synthetic, mostly synthetic. So I figure if I get 100% sativa, at least I have the risk of just having 20% synthetic versus a whole 60% synthetic blend. I know it probably don't make sense, but none of it is good. Hemp, I can't find it no more. And I really like hemp more, but I can't find it no more. This is not a good idea, y'all. This is not a good idea for me walking here. But this is why they mess with my car so much. This is why they mess with you guys' car so much if you have one. They want you to be out on the street. It's easier to target you when you're walking. It's easier for them to set you up when you're walking. It's easier for them to get you into an accident when you're walking. I could go on and go on and go on. It's easier for them to target you when you're homeless, y'all. This is why so many homeless people are out here. They drove these people to homelessness because I'm watching them drive me into homelessness and interfere with my support systems so that they won't be an asset to help me to bypass being homeless. I'm understanding it. So it's like, for you to understand it, it makes you look at people different. It makes you look at your family different. It makes you, I try not to bash my folks online because I know that most of them don't have nothing really to do with this. They just being used as pawns unknowingly. So I try to direct my frustration a different angle, but I'm only human, so sometimes I tell them how it is and tell them, hey, you not supporting me, babe. You not. Even though we got our own lives, but protection is free. Protecting your loved one is free. It don't require any money. So this is not a good idea. I've said it so many times because I'm getting all these black trucks riding by, but I know that I got these warrior private investigators watching them too. So I kind of try to not stop my life and let them make me stop my life and from living. But they done took everything from me. Like, I put copper everywhere, y'all. Where copper? I got copper all over my body. I got copper in my car. The technology they use is not 100% effective when the target is around copper, y'all. I just gave y'all some sauce. They definitely don't want me to tell y'all that. But yeah, implementing copper helped me a lot, y'all, especially with the EMF, because they like to send a lot of radiation. And my grandma used to talk about this back in the 90s, in the 2000s, about not wanting microwaves, because she's saying that the Jews radiated her brain. And the family used to say, what are you talking about, Grandma? Or what are you talking about, Mom? This don't make sense. Grandma was ahead of her time. Grandma, you wasn't crazy, baby. You knew what you was talking about. They are radiating our minds, Granny. They are. You were right, Grandma. I'm going through what Granny went through. She was alone, y'all. Even surrounded by all her children. Granny had a lot of children. Even surrounded by all her children, she was alone. Nobody believed her. She died of a broken heart. They said it was her kidneys. They said, but Grandma told me they poisoned her when she was throwing up blood that day. She said, baby girl, I can't cry because I gotta walk in that place. I don't want my eyes to look like that. She say, baby girl, they trying to poison me. They poison all the food. So she looked like a mad woman throwing all her stuff away that day. She was throwing up. And I didn't get it then, but I understand now at that moment because I see myself. They make you look crazier than you really are. She was throwing away all that food. The whole family was standing in a circle, look like watching, making these funny faces, like as if this lady tripping. But no, she was right. She was throwing away the fucking food because she knew they broke her house and they poisoned her food. She knew. I can't cry, y'all. I'm trying not to cry because they're gonna use that against me and say I'm mentally ill. Grandma, I love you so much, babe. I do this for you. I do this for you, Granny. Nobody believed you, but I do. I see what you went through. She said she left her mom's town, Thomasville, Georgia, to live a better life, to make a better life for her children, so that they wouldn't go through the segregation like she did. But she didn't know that moving to the city was the worst mistake she ever made. Sorry, y'all, it's for awareness. Moving to the city was the worst thing she ever did. Yeah, she know that in the physical, in the spiritual realm now. Taking that bribe that they gave her. Here go another chopper. It's no airports around where I live at, y'all. It's none for at least 2 hours. Look, what is this? What type of plane is that? And as you see that little thing, that ring, he's blinding my camera. You see it? Y'all see it? He's blocking my camera. You see it went away? He was blocking the view. This shit real. It's sad people think that this is far-fetched when you talk about it. As if the ancestors didn't experience this. And they say, oh, well, that was years ago. We're, saying this a new day. No, it's not. It's the same shit. They use us against each other. Seeing how they turned my whole family against me. People, my family that love me too. I'm talking about these people say that I'm a blessing. They call me a different breed. My family called me a spiritual person, an angel. My whole life I was called an angel amongst my family members. So it's weird that they all go AWOL every time these people do stuff. It's like, V, they ain't gonna do you like that. Nah. They look up to you. They speak of you highly, V. They ain't gonna let them people do this to you. But they do. They let them do it out of fear, out of survival. They let them do it. Same as our ancestors, a lot of them was tricked out of fear. They did things for survival. Okay, hold on. This shit stop right there. I just feel like they gonna come. There's 2 polices right there. I was gonna stop for a second, but I don't want them to say, see, 30, that's confirmation. The lady house says 305 and her neighbor is 1111. That don't even make sense. It's not even in coordination, but that was confirmation. Spiritual confirmation to not stop, to keep going. I gotta light my black. What can I stop at? I gotta go all the way up to the light. Let me get away from this man's car. Can't stop by his car. Yeah, if I sound paranoid, schizophrenic, just think about how that word sounds. Allegedly, that label was made up to cover up the Havana experiment. All of the symptoms of schizophrenia, paranoid schizophrenia, it's just self-explanatory, the angle they wanted it to go by calling it paranoid schizophrenic. Like, people were born paranoid. That's what they're telling you. YouTube is for awareness. It's my nerves is so bad, y'all. My nerves are screwed. So I smoke a lot because of that. My joints are rubbing against each other. I have no cartilage in my joints. So my situation is actually worse than I make it seem like, and people don't know that. That I'm supposed to get my limbs amputated a long time ago. They told me about this in 2012 because I was diagnosed with lupus and HPV turned into cancer first stage in 2010. So they told me then, 2 years later, I think it was like 2012, 2013, that I may have to get amputation because my fingernails lost feeling in them. My fingernails and my toes didn't have any circulation, and put me on a lot of fungal treatments, a lot of steroids and all type of stuff to reverse it. But now I can't go in the cold, I can't go in the hot. Like I can't put hot water on my hands. Sometimes it burn it real bad, and if I put cold water on my hands, it numb it to where I lose the feeling. So they be telling me, girl, it's always something wrong with you, but they don't realize that these people do stuff to always doing something to me. It's not me. I didn't ask to be born with autoimmune issues, and to be in this. My environment made cancer take over, just for research purposes on the YouTube. But allegedly, this is what happened to my ancestors. This is why they inherited so many diseases, because of the colonizers when they took everything from them and made them live outside their means, literally away from their resources and their way of living. Not only did oh shit, not only did I almost fell. Not only did it cause famine, it caused diseases, allegedly. This is where all the cancer come from in certain blood types, because they're outside of their environment. This is what's happening to me. This is what happened to me. I lived my whole life in a sunny climate that it affects me majorly when I go into a climate like the one I'm in now. You know, I don't ask nobody to make me a charity case because I never want to be one. What I do here, it's me. It's about my ancestors. It's about my friend. It's about getting justice for the Unini. They took my friend and turned everybody against me. And the feds, hey y'all, the feds told everybody, this is not alleged, this is what people told me. When I would walk up in their paths, I was on the train one day, another friend said it. Hey, you know the police asked me questions about you. They saying you know what happened. Bro, I told that one friend that I could actually talk to about this, and I said, man, they lying. They trying to make people treat me wrong. I have nothing to do with that shit. She said, yeah, the whole family know you don't. They know you don't got nothing to do with it. So why the fuck? And I say, B, it's because you on the money. Allegedly, it was a Freemason involved. Because her baby daddy, I won't say your name, my guy, you ready to sue me too, huh? Her baby daddy reached out to me in 2019, right when the leasing office told me that I was violating my lease talking about Freemasons on my channel. This guy pop up on Messenger and call me and say, the family is warning you to stop talking about it. Well, I know it wasn't her family who said that. It was him. He's nervous. And in that same He gave me confirmation from my dreams. He told me, he said, I don't know why she ain't called me. She was right by my house. I'm like, huh? That's when I started looking at everybody different. Like, all y'all motherfuckers got something to do with this shit. And y'all talk about, I know what happened. Bitch, I'm trying to get justice for her. If I knew what happened, don't y'all motherfuckers think I would tell these sons of bitches? I gotta calm down. I gotta calm down. Calm down. So, babe, my friend, we crossed paths for a reason, babe. Because everything she said back then, it aligns with what's going on in my life, and it's helping me. Because she told me, I'm gonna put your name in lights, like Madonna and Marilyn Monroe, right? So I look up stories about them, and I forgot the other lady's name. Turns out one of them was dating the president at the time, and possibly was targeted by this same program to silence her. And I say, babe, you know what you told me in 2002 and 2003 was to help me in 2025 and 2026? They're targeting you is what my friend is telling me from the spiritual realm. They're targeting you. They're trying to silence you. Just like they did. So who was that dated Kennedy? President Kennedy. I keep hearing that. Allegedly, they silenced her. And they're trying to silence me so that this corrupt organization can continue to target other people. So understand, when people take these bribes, you're only allowing the Roman Empire. There we go. Let's put a name to where it started from. The Roman Empire, allegedly. These Freemasons came into alliance with the Jews. Because y'all know the story of the Nazis and the Jews. Yeah, they come to an agreement at some point back in the day, and they joined a brotherhood together, and that's why they call it the brotherhood. This is stuff they don't want me to tell y'all. They gonna mess with my family, y'all. Let's start telling everybody what they do. They gonna mess with my family. Let me just tell y'all ahead of time. They gonna mess with my kids. They gonna mess with my family. They gonna do something to me after me saying this. But I'm a most valuable player. I'm willing to continue to talk about it. Why they do that? It don't matter. Go ahead. I encourage them to do it. So the police is at the light. But I try not to put the camera on people too much, because this stuff already look crazy. This stuff already sound crazy. So I don't want to be walking around like this. Look at this. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. They want you to do that. Y'all don't do that. They want you to do that. They want you to trick. They want you to do that, because that shit look crazy. They want you to seem like you harassing people with your camera. That's why they do certain street theater around you. They know you're going to record them at some point. So they want you to do it. So they'll do some decoy ass shit that don't mean really shit. The whole goal of that tactic is to get you to do that. See, this is not a good idea when me walk into this store. I promise y'all, but nobody put fear in my heart. Nothing. Did I tell y'all I had to fucking walk from jail? Now, I talk about this all the time. It's something that when I find another therapist, because I had to fire my last one for violating my privacies and violating HIPAA and sharing my information with somebody that I did not give her authorization release to, right? So I had to switch up from her. The fact that she violated the HIPAA and initiated my daughter by having the hospital refer her to her. And behind my back told my daughter to move out. Yeah, and told her that it'll be better, when I was never the problem for my daughter. It's her friends that's the problem. She'll tell you herself. And my daughter's last name is on this billboard. It's confirmation. The angels are telling me that they're gonna mess with her. They're messing with her. So the fact that that daughter that they messing with was the one that I had a medical uh what is it, termination? The hospital that was doing my amniocentesis in 2006, 2005, they harassed me like they harassed my grandma. I'm gonna tell y'all right after this what my grandma said they did to her. They harassed me to get a medical termination, saying that my daughter was gonna be born with Down's syndrome or spina bifida. So look at this guy. He's so aggravating. This bitch following me. I ain't gonna even put him on fucking camera. They so annoying, man. This is fucking annoying ass people. That's why I need my car. I don't got time for that shit. So I'm walking down this really dark alley. I'm gonna have to let me light my. I gotta get away from this boutique though. I can't stop by this boutique. Let me get by some lights. Yeah, if you gotta do something, quick stops and stuff, don't stop by people's houses and stuff, cause these people, my landlord, bitch ass nigga. I bet you he come this way. I bet you this nigga come this way. He went straight. Fuck is my landlord keep riding around and shit? Oh, man. I don't know if y'all hear this. If y'all see this when I get off live, y'all let me know if y'all have any resources or any advice on my housing issue. Am I wrong for not signing a lease? Should I just go ahead and sign it? Should I allow them to take this to court? Because it's not my fault. The program is shutting down because they were trying to get me out at first and evict me. But since I won the appeal, I have to move because the program shut down. There's no funding. So what the program, let me rephrase that. The program did not shut down per se. They had a major budget cut, which means they don't have the funding to fund my size house. So, which means, hypothetically thinking, there should be other options that they can help me with, right? Other than HUD 811, other than there should be, because this is a permanent supportive housing program. They should be able to, and they're supposed to, I feel that. That's why the eviction came in. They knew that the funding cut was coming. So they wanted to evict me so that they wouldn't have to help me after the funding cut. So that didn't work. So at this point, am I right or wrong? Aren't they supposed to house me with something else that their program covers? Or when there's a funding cut, I just gotta go. Or I'm just off the program. I don't know, y'all. So y'all let me know. Because all of the apartments I was trying to get, a little townhouse that I was just looking into. I mean, I may be able to get this townhouse though. Let me say that I may be able to get this townhouse. I won't tell y'all the area, but I may be able to get that one. But all the other ones that I was trying to get, it didn't go in my favor, y'all. I can't walk that far. I was thinking of getting my girls, because I got $13 left. And because I just bought myself this sativa, I won't feel right not buying them something. Buying them something. I think what time is it? So I'm gonna have to take my advance again tomorrow. I've been trying to let it, oh shit, I almost fell. I was trying to let my advance build up and build up and build up so that I can, because I have a $300 advance altogether, but they give it to me daily, like $13 at a time, $10 at a time, $20 at a time, just different prices each time. That I was trying to, sorry y'all, I'm walking with a limp now. I was trying to save it and let it keep building up until it get to the 300. But the way my life is, I can't do it. If I was working and doing orders, that's exactly what I would have done, because I do it every month. I take the advance once it hit 300. But my chest hurt. I haven't worked in a week now. It's been a week now. And I don't like to sit around, y'all. Like, I have to do something. Like, I have to, this the thing. When I apply for SSI, those people that was trolling me, telling me stuff, I don't want to live off the government. People don't know this about me. They don't know the truth. I feel less than a woman, or I don't feel like a strong person when I have to do these things that I have to do. Pantries and all of that. Even though it's a sign of strength, to me, I feel like I fail. It's like I have to do this because I'm failing in life. You know, if that makes sense. So trying to get SSI makes me feel like a complete failure. Like, for real. And the fact they keep denying me is crazier than I am. When the proof is there that Miss Avant should have SSI. That Miss Avant, I even told my judge that I lost my kids for 8 months because I was struggling so bad to keep a roof over our head and was living in those hotels. And he still denied my ass. Shout out to my judge. He was a substitute judge that was sent in because turns out Judge Johnson was related to me. They sent me a letter saying that family members can't, you know, so there will have to be a replacement for Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson was related to my grandma. My grandma was a Johnson. So shout out to Judge Johnson. Shout out to Judge Johnson, baby. Because he was my judge up until 2 weeks, 3 weeks before the court date. Because I had that appointment for almost a couple of months before the appointment. So like, the appointment was on my birthday. Well, the hearing that I had was my birthday week, literally. It was my birthday week. And right before my birthday, I got the letter saying, hey, your court date, your appeal is coming up. Plus, by the way, Judge Johnson can't be your judge because y'all related. So shout out to Judge Johnson. You had denied me way before you was even changed from being my judge. So they said family members can't judge over their family members, but you made the decision for me, Judge Johnson. You went against your own kind for your brotherhood. Shout out to you. Shout out to Judge Johnson and all my folks that go against me to move up the ladder in life. Sorry, Judge Johnson. They made me sign, all these places make me sign NDAs, y'all. And because it's criminal, I'm allowed to talk about it, right? See, that's the thing. People don't understand you could bypass NDAs. When there's a criminal issue going on, you could talk about whatever the fuck they told you not to talk about. Oh yeah, legally. And they can't do a goddamn thing. Okay. These nosy whores. I hate these people. Sorry, y'all. Hate is a strong word. I was going to put the camera on them, but I just told y'all not to do that. And here I go about to do it again because he want me to do that. See, the whole world know that when you talk about these people, they retaliate. Because they tell you. See how he's going fast now? I'll put the camera on his ass. See, I don't like to do that because when other people only did that because they was right the fuck behind me. Like literally so close that he might as well just rolled in my angle. But sometimes I do stuff to help me out in the moment. So I have to do it like that police. Sometimes I have to do it because it make them this guy did a U-turn. I hate these people. Sometimes it bypass stuff. it make them back up. They don't want to be on camera when certain things and tactics are out unfolding in your life, because they know that these people, investigators, are aware of their tactics. So if you show them in the act, it validates issues and things that you don't even know about. So that's why they hate when you record them. So I do this, and then they sabotage my family and say, hey, this why her life like this, because she doing this, when really, in reality, what she's doing is protecting her and saving her life. You see the flip? You see the plot twist? They make people think, because you talking about this all over the world, though, not just with me. Other people, I see comments when people say this. Oh, he's barking up the wrong alley talking about him, or she don't understand this. They're gonna come fuck with her. So those sayings say that you know that these people are corrupt. You know that these people retaliate. Do you know retaliation is illegal? People say this and contradict and say you're crazy. So honestly, who's crazy, me or you? Because you just admitted to what I'm saying. Literally. You just admitted to every claim that person is saying by telling them you're talking about the wrong people. You step into the wrong person. And then in that same sentence, you say this is not happening. What? The fuck is you talking about? Sorry, y'all. So this live and recording this, even if I wasn't live, the live is better. But you can even do this with a regular phone or a camera. When you're going somewhere by yourself, record. Just vlog and record. Because I'm telling you right now, these cowards, they get scared. I had to say coward because that guy done followed me from the house all the way the fuck over here. They do stuff and make you react, and it make you look crazy as fuck. And I'm okay. I'm okay with looking like that. It's fine. Because I know, me and the angels know the truth. So it really don't matter how other people view me. It should have never mattered to begin with, but it did to me at some point. But now, it don't fucking matter. I don't give a shit. They could call me whatever they want to call me. But I guarantee you, one day they're gonna look back and thank me. And I'm here to tell them before they thank me, don't even thank me later, boo. Don't thank me. Thank God. I don't got nothing to do with this. God is helping me expose them. The fact that little Valencia has me being brave and courageous and not allowing these people to put fear in my heart allowed me to justify, here go my fucking faggot ass landlord again. I'm sorry, I tried to take up for this guy. I don't know if he want to talk to me or something like, but what's up, babe? I don't know if you want to, that's why I feel like I'm taking it the wrong way. Are you trying to stop and talk to me? Just take your ass, go ahead, babe. Go. Get your ass out the way. Stupid ass bitch. I hate these motherfucking people, man. Damn. In an empty ass parking lot. Look, there ain't no fucking cars right there. Then stop right in fucking front of me and put his fucking window down. Dumbass bitch. What you want to say to me? Say that shit. Don't fucking follow me around the whole fucking room, bitch. They intimidated him, and now it's looking like he got something to do with it when it ain't got shit to do with his ass. You see how I'm taking this shit? It's making him look like they doing it on purpose. They do this to each other. They do it to their brotherhood. They throw their ass under the bus. They making him look like it's him instead of the program. And even seeing him follow me around, I'm still telling y'all he ain't got shit to do with this. These people need to start speaking up. Don't wait till you get fired and sabotaged to turn snitch and talk about this shit. Talk about it now. Do what I'm doing. I'm homeless as fuck, broke as fuck. I ain't got shit, and they don't scare me. Why are these people aggravated, bro? I gotta get back in my car. Y'all come into agreement with me that I fix my issue and get these leaves out of my car, because it really don't cost. I gotta fix my car too, but I've been DIYing it to drive it until I could pay this guy, even though he offered me another payment plan to fix it. Like, to get the leaves out don't cost me nothing. I just gotta get a blower and blow that shit out. And I'm gonna find one. I should have had one. I'm a hoarder. I used to have one and I got rid of it because I had to downsize. You know, sometimes people make me feel bad for having so much stuff, but it's my spectrum. Like, I make sure I prepare myself because sometimes you never know when you're gonna need something later. And now look, I need that blower. I got rid of it and I need it now. So I'm gonna pay for this tomorrow because, bro, my feet numb as fuck right now and I'm walking. How the hell is my feet numb and I'm walking? They've been working on me heavy. They've been using those fucking, hold on, y'all. These people have been using these energy weapons so much lately. Like, they always use it on me. But like I said, I've learned to keep certain things around me to block the EMF. But lately, so look how they threw all these clothes out right here. That was a ritual. No weapon formed shall prosper. So I'm walking. This wasn't here before. Let me show y'all. This wasn't here before because I just walked through here. So I just walked through here and they threw all these clothes out right here and there's boxes all right there. And it's a business. This not a house. That's a business. So it was a ritual that I walk in. It's like a portal. That's why they put those portals in this town for everybody that come into Rome. It's a ritual. So they just did that so that I get put out. Yeah, they want me to get put the fuck out on the street. So I don't really have any other options except the shelters, y'all. I got family and stuff that I could go to, but all of those people are being sabotaged right now. And my girls don't want to go. Like, the truth is, my girls don't want to go around those people that I can't go to because they saw how those people treated me in the past. And they're like, nah, Mom, I think we can do this. I think you can do that. I can help. My daughter just picked up a job. And I told her I wanted her to go to college and worry about her baby and not worry because she got SSI. You could live off your SSI until you get you a degree and then you get a career instead of a job that can fire you. But she said, Mom, I can't go to school right now. I gotta help you. The baby, the baby don't have her dad and stuff like that. And I feel so sad because I want to be there for her so that she don't have to do that. Because I know that as soon as she go get this job that she may not even keep because she have severe sensory issues, she gonna have to fight for her SSI back because they just stopped it. They warned me. They stopped it a few months ago and said that there was a tip that she was working. So the fact that she wasn't working at all, which means there's no earnings going in her social to show them how much she was making to be able to determine whether it's enough to get her cut off or not. Let me know that as soon as she get a job, no matter how much she make, whether it's 15 hours a week, they're going to cut her SSI benefits. Yeah. So I want to say this on live because I want to be able to come back to this video if they take it from my daughter. The fact that all of us are on the spectrum and she's the only one getting benefits. Her daughter doesn't get any assistance. My youngest daughter doesn't get any assistance. And this girl was sent to Mailman Center and was getting, her chromosomes was getting tested from the age of 8. And she's 15 right now. And she can't even get no assistance. Other families get assistance, but I can't. People think I get SSI. My housing program said that I got my SSI not reporting it, and I got denied. Family members asking me what I'm doing with my SSI as if I get it, and I don't get SSI. So I know what it is. I let these people stress me out so bad and miss up on over $20,000 because SSI would have had to pay me out that. Because I had been waiting for so long, for so fucking long. I started applying in 2015, right after my diagnosis of lupus and the cancer, y'all. And they kept denying me. And only one time I didn't appeal it, and then I had to start all over. Other than that, I was waiting for about 4 years until this time they denied me, and I missed it again. And now I got to start all over again. They did it strategically. When that judge denied me, the program tried to put me out. This all happened the same month, y'all. When the judge denied me, that lady sent me an eviction notice. That lady told me to get rid of my emotional support dog. Food stamps stopped my benefits, and then SSI. It all happened in a row. Then SSI took the baby. Well, she's still my baby, but she's an adult. Took my daughter SSI and kept it. She didn't get it back until 3 months later. From a tip that she was working. That should have been illegal, but they let it happen. Like, what else should be illegal in this world is putting people out, causing. So if CPS could come in people's lives like they did me when I was living in the hotels, and told me that my housing wasn't stable and that it was grounds for removal, then why aren't these authority figures and these programs that's putting people off the program are not being subjected to putting people out on the street and causing them to be homeless, especially for somebody like me that they feel like has mental issues? Why would you put this mental health patient out on the street when there's notes from her therapist that says, because I got a copy of it, that says that housing and displacement causes, stress and depression for me? So they did this on purpose to have me act out like I did August 3rd, a day after my daughter's birthday, the day they took my kids, after me celebrating my daughter's birthday and spending all my money so she had fun. They did that. They put me out. They've been researching me like they research all of these autistic people and learn their triggers and learn what makes them act a certain way. This is an experiment that they're doing on autistic people. For the people that's researching this YouTube, this is for research only. For the people that's researching it, this ties to autistic people and the people that have these rare genetics. Because most of these people that's autistic, they have rare genetics. And these people have been studying it for so long, since the Tartarian Empire, y'all. This is why I spoke about this in my last live. People, the world doesn't know the truth. But we're in the knowing. They could snipe me from a roof and the message still gonna get out. So I didn't realize there's a portal up there too. That's that knocking on the Mason's door up there too. Let's talk about those. I was talking about those pillars that's in the entrance of coming into this town in Rome, Georgia, and have those pillars that they believe have portals. And right here by my house, there's another one that was imported from Rome, Italy, allegedly, that they claim was rebuilt by them in this town after vandals vandalized the sculptures. Just like the wolf and the boy, the wolves and the boy sculpture that Rome, Italy, I ain't gonna put it on you. Fuck that bitch. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 police officers. So I'm on the money, that's all. They just show. See, look, y'all don't be in fear when they do that fearmonger tactic by pulling up on you when you say stuff. Keep talking. So, oh man. Henrietta, my grandmother's mother, or her grandmother, because my grandma's name was Etta. Henrietta inherited land here in Rome, and they definitely didn't know I knew this. I've been doing this for 3 years now because I've been researching heavy. Yeah, And it's why that cop, if you guys were on my live back in 21 when they were taking me to jail, that cop, that sheriff that told me he was gonna beat my ass in the padded cell, when I got there, they did do it too. That man told me, you do not own this park, we do. And I never said nothing about owning nothing. I never acted like I owned nothing. I never said nothing to make him think I meant that. He just said it out of nowhere. He said, you don't own this park, we do. And if you come back, we're gonna arrest you. Okay. And I didn't even do shit. First of all, I didn't deserve what he said to me, but my kids and I definitely didn't deserve them to call DCF, CPS and have them taken. For me speaking, for me voicing my freedom of speech, telling them that they will follow me around the fucking park and allowing those prisoners to ask me for a cigarette. I got it on video of me throwing the fucking cigarette and telling them boys, hey, my problem ain't with y'all, it's with them, because they got y'all walking through this park. And they was like, sorry about that. Yeah, the prisoners was apologizing. They was like, sorry about that, sorry about that. They kept apologizing. But they said mom was having a mental break because she just got put out of a shelter. Same like that movie Straw. They said the lady was having a mental break because she got put out. When they literally deliberately did that to her. Because they did that to me. How this mother go from the morning of the day that they put me out of that shelter, from them having a conference and telling all the people, the mothers in the shelter, that Miss Avant, me, is a role model and they all should take advice from me because I'm from another town. She told all of these people my business. I'm from another town getting stuff done. Only been in there 2 weeks and already got housing and already got a job and working. So it made those people mistreat me. That girl that told me her uncle would fix my car. I'm going up the hill, y'all, so I'm out of breath. That girl that lied and said her uncle was gonna fix my car tried to steal it. She tried to steal her and her cousin tried to steal it, and I caught them in the act. So she got scared and thought I was gonna call the police on them, but I let the angels work for me. People don't realize that. They think, oh, she ain't saying nothing because she ain't got proof. No, I actually do got proof. I'm not saying nothing because I want the angels to fuck you. Yeah, the angels to fuck with you. So, because when I don't move, they force to move for me. I learned that. So I like to do that a lot. So she rushes back to the shelter and tell them whatever she told them. They didn't even really. They just told me when I came back that the girl said I wasn't getting my car fixed, that I was lollygagging. When I promise y'all, I literally was, I'm talking about trolled, and left her ass at her uncle's house, and she was mad because I did that. So, because once the uncle said he don't have his tools, I looked at her and like, why you made me come way over here? And she was just laughing. She did that on purpose. So I called the police out there when they saw me pull up in that tow truck after calling them, giving them my ETA every 10 minutes and them telling me, it's okay, it's fine, take your time, just focus on getting here safe. I get there and we're sorry. We know we told you could come, but you can't go inside. We got to set an example. So I called the police, have them talk them some sense into them. That Miss Avant is not from here. Putting her out like that is not smart. It's not a good idea. Let's help her out. Since she has housing coming, why would you put her out? No, I wrote a review after they did that. Police said, hey, ain't nothing we could really do. Maybe you could just, is there family that can help you? Maybe you can go to this other shelter. I ended up, that shelter they told me about, I ended up going to that one after the fact, and they trolled me, and I realized why they were telling me to go there. But when I tried to go when the police has told me before, they was packed. So I ended up in this one hotel that was so nice to me. After I've tried so many others, this one hotel just accommodated me and my dog and my kids so much that I ended up staying there for so long. And those people came, the housing program that I'm in now, after the autism program gave me her information, they came there and signed some paperwork with me to get me in the program. Tell me why months later that shelter comes to court and says Miss Avant used to leave her kids in the shelter by herself. Yeah, I said this so many times, but it's aligning with these whores over here. They said I was leaving. Now, mind you, let's say this first. The shelter that I was in, it had papers everywhere, flyers in every corner, every angle, everybody's on everybody's door. If you leave your children, it's immediate grounds for removal. So she told them months later, after putting me out for a natural disaster, saying that they had to make an example out of me for missing curfew after my car had a natural disaster, that Miss Savant actually wasn't a good role model like we told her and those people to look up to her. She used to leave her kids to go smoke. She used to, what else did she say? I said I was going to unalive myself when they told me I couldn't come back inside. Now, mind you, the police and this shelter are mandated reporters. So if I did say that months ago, why didn't they call and report what I said if I actually said that? The court, the judge, nobody asked that lady that when she testified in court months after I left that fucking program, that shelter. Come to find out, the lady works at this housing program. You see what I'm saying? I said I'm dyslexic to get right to this. Come to find out, the lady, that name was Big Mama. Shout out to Big Mama. Your name is. The funny part is that my grandma, the lady, the ancestor that I'm telling y'all about, Henrietta, they called her Big Mama too. So yeah, and it was said amongst the family that Soul Food, allegedly, Soul Food, the movie was about my grandma, Big Mama Johnson. So oh man, Johnson's family, of course. So I'll tell y'all another video about the Johnson blood too. John's son, his blood, right? Big Mama, the lady that put me out, right? That was over the head over that shelter, is related and works at the program that's putting me out right the fuck now. These are all Freemasons. I'm walking by the guy with the Freemason stickers on his car. See, these people don't understand they are in involvement with dark practices. Dark, and it has nothing to do with their ancestors. These brotherhood boys trick them and they don't know it. It's sad, but it's a survival thing they do, because they forced to do what they do to live and survive. And that's the guy who worked at Social Security office that had me banned from the Social Security office. And until I had reported what he did and showed them the video of what he did, then I'm not banned anymore. He tried to do that. It made it seem like I was being problematic the whole time it was him, and he didn't know I recorded his ass. Because people think when I don't show it that I don't have it. But no, like I said, let the angels work. But I showed them that and was able to fix my daughter's stuff because they was about to arrest me. And so they like, wow, did he really say that? And they started apologizing. So that he just rode by. He told me he stayed right by me. And I hadn't noticed that he stayed by me until he said that. And I'm like, oh shit, that is that guy who stayed on that corner. That I knew he looked familiar. So the guy who worked at SSI, who banned me, works on my block. He was telling me that I'm broke and I'm a bum. You're supposed to be a professional. You don't talk to people like that. But he talked to me like that. Don't even know me. Okay. Let me go check on. Thank you, Father. baby. Go in my car, y'all. He gonna sit in my cold car. I can't crank it up and put the heater on because there's too many leaves in the engine bay. Oh man. I was trying to understand why these guys mowed up all these leaves and just to leave it right there. They didn't even pick it up. I am gonna pay for this tomorrow, man. Shit, I'm paying for it now. Boy. You see, this is why they got me walking. This is why they want me walking. They know. I told y'all I had to fight and beg for an MRI. Nobody wanted to give me an MRI. They kept trying to say it was all in my head. The pain is this, it's from arthritis, but it's not. These people, a lot of these doctors, a lot of these doctors and practitioners, these guys are employed by this brotherhood organization, and they give them strategic tactics for you to bypass things for you. And similar to like Atlanta, when those cops in Atlanta, I got the video on here too. That guy tackling me, he ruined my arms, y'all. He ruined my arms. And that hospital, the lady at the door was preventing me from being seen. And I couldn't understand it then, but I understand it now because I'm seeing doctors do this to me now. Like I had the fact that as soon as I got that those scans and x-rays after begging for it for months, everything shut down for me again. Everything. And they fucked with my car back to back. And I fixed it every time. And this is the longest, well, not really, but this something simple that I haven't fixed yet, y'all, with these leaves in here. And it's similar to like with my folks that's ignoring me. I can't get no help. It's so weird because I help so many people, but I can't get no help with something simple. Like it won't even cost nobody to help me blow these leaves out of here, like from their pockets, from the people that I ask, from the people that I ask that I know that got blowers. It won't even affect them. Their pockets are nothing if they was to come help me blow these leaves out of here. And I offered them money to do it, and nobody won't help me. That is so weird. That is so weird. I hit a couple family members up. I'm sorry, yeah, I don't like to talk about my folks online because I know they really love me. But it's a survival thing for them to ignore me because they notice in the patterns that every time they help me and things surrounding me, they get targeted and they don't know where it's coming from. So it's, I get it. But it's crazy that every time they do something to me, all my folks stop talking to me at one time. And then later they'll tell me, it's a lot. You got us going through so much. That's why I'm saying people contradicting. They'll tell me you got people fucking with us. All of us going through stuff because of what you talking about online. You got people. I promise y'all, my folks, they be watching my videos, so I won't lie to y'all just to make y'all believe me. My folks literally told me, different ones too, that I'm making people send them my videos. I'm making people criticize them. And I realized then it wasn't those people that were sending them videos wasn't taking up for me by saying why y'all doing this to her, why y'all got her struggling. No, they were saying shut her the fuck up. Cause right after they'll tell them stuff about me in my videos, something bad happened to them. And then my folks don't realize that person or those people that's sending it to you are the ones that's doing this to me. I'm sorry, y'all. This will make you cold. This program made my heart cold, a sweet person like me. I've been so kind my whole life. And I try to keep the spark. I try to not let these people interfere with who I am inside. The sweet person. I don't fix myself up no more. It makes me look like I'm really depressed. And I'm really not. Like, that's the crazy part. Like, I'm really not fucking depressed. Like, I have come a long way from my depressed days. And This I'm too blessed to be stressed out, and it's because these people stressing me out. Like fucking with the house, fucking with the car, fucking with the funds, fucking with the food stamps, everything, fucking with my Medicaid. It's still I still don't have my Medicaid back. They stopped my Medicaid. You stopped the cancer patients' Medicaid. There's no way the government did that. There's people that's employed that a part of this brotherhood that stopped my Medicaid right after. What's a coincidence? And there's no such thing as coincidences when we're talking about energy and boomerang and karma. What's the coincidence that as soon as I get those scans and those x-rays done, matter of fact, let's talk about the fact that those x-rays are so severe, my shows that my bones are severely damaged, that it's enough to get me SSI, right? Tell me why they stopped the Medicaid right after that. And I haven't got it back yet. It's another year now, and I still don't got my Medicaid back. I don't know what this car doing behind me, but I thought he was finna back up in my yard, but now he's parked. All right, let me get my tripod and set it up real quick. And I gotta turn this light off, cause I don't know what. And it's probably that guy from SSI, cause he just passed by me when I walked by, and that looked like the same car. Okay, so let me hurry up. He's directly by my house. All right, so of course he ain't gonna do nothing. It's a fear monger tactic. So my bones deteriorating because of this program. This program is causing my health to decline. Like I spoke about in my last live, the fact that I've been talking y'all so much, too much. Let me flip y'all around. So I was talking about West Palm Beach when I lived there and changed my diet, because that's when I first changed my diet in West Palm Beach, y'all, because I just wanted to feel better. I wanted more energy. I did a lot of research and implemented things my grandma used to do, like turmeric and the turmeric tea. So I stopped eating certain meats, started eating more organic, more fruits and veggies. Um, and I had more energy, y'all. I had so much more energy. And they saw that. These brotherhood, these Freemasons allegedly, they saw that. And they made life hard. Put me out so I could struggle hard, so that I couldn't help myself out. So what am I saying? So if these brotherhood guys, this a message for y'all. If these brotherhood guys saw that this cancer patient, because they saw my files, they see everything, right? They saw that I was outliving my DEATH day, right? That they gave me, that doctors gave me. When they saw that I was vibrating high and telling me, you don't look sick, you don't look like nothing's wrong with you, right? Because of how I was eating. Why don't they tell other cancer patients this? Why target me and financially drain me when you can see that I need that money to sustain and to live and to continue to live, right? Healthy like I am. You saw me cure myself. You saw that. Instead, you sabotaged me. So that means, what am I trying to get to? Therefore, if there is a cure, allegedly, just for research, if there is a cure, they ain't gonna tell nobody, because they definitely ain't telling people that Miss Avant has a fucking recipe for cancer. That's the truth. And so many people ignore me and don't realize I hold the fucking truth about so many things. Instead, they'll just say you're delusional, you're crazy, you're just debunking everything I say. And I realize they do that for that reason right there, so that people will discredit you, so that they won't believe you for different reasons too. So I'm really not bothered. I'm just really like in a lot of pain these days and just uncertain about how things gonna go. Other than that, I promise y'all I'm not depressed. I'm not what's the word? I'm not I'm a little stressed though. I really am. I'm actually very stressed. Um but I'm not depressed. It's a big difference. In the way that these people are doing things is in the direction of depression because they want me to be depressed and weak because the tactics that they use, if you're depressed, you might just essay or what's the word? Or you might unalive yourself, allegedly. They want you to do that. Because like I said, this is about energy harvesting. If you do that, it's just like the same as they mimic spirituality. The brotherhood, these boys, they don't know nothing. They stole everything they know, all the knowledge, the land, allegedly, right? So come on, guys, take it out on me. Uh, these brotherhood guys, they stole everything, the knowledge, everything, and they mimic spirituality. Just like they do the targets that they admire so much. They studied those tribe members, and in the same sense, they hated them. So these people know that if you put matters into your own hands, it's just like that spiritual saying of if you go out like a coward. I can't say the word right, the S word. That's, God doesn't forgive you. That's what they say, right? That's what the churches teach you. Because in the same sense, if you unalive yourself for things the devil do, it works the same way. Because now you give them the power. This is what they want to do. This is what they're trying to do. This is why they don't really fuck with you. They just do troll you. That's it. They can't really touch y'all. I'll tell y'all, to y'all who being targeted, they can't really touch you. Even if they do touch you, the ones that do get emotional and touch you for real, they get fucked with. They get blackmailed. They get sabotaged by their own peers. Yeah, because they're not supposed to touch you. This, it's against the rules. It forfeits the policy of for the program. Yeah. See, people don't know that. They want you to S yourself. They want you to. You give them the power. You amend to that portal, like those Tartarian empires. You created those portals that they stole the information and then inverted it for bad, just like they did with voodoo, witchcraft, and all that stuff our ancestors did for their protection. They mocked them, mimicked them, and then used it for bad. Yeah, that's going on a lot, and people don't know that. But let's just take it for what it is, y'all. Because at the end of the day, we all have free will. So everything we do, it boomerangs back to us. So therefore, I shouldn't even be worried about what they do. But because I'm in a world where, we created this lifestyle to where you have to work to live, which the Tartarian Empire, there you didn't have to work to live. Everything was free. That's the society they had. They worked. This is where the tribes resonated from. This is where the tribes came in to try to protect and to seal the knowledge that they had. Yeah, see, a lot of Africans, Mexicans, and all of these tribes don't realize we're all one. We were formed from those magical people, and these people know that. It's crazier than me because my peers don't know that. But then they look at you and me and say, "What are you talking about?" I don't blame them. I blame our government, and I love my government. I'm sorry, but we got and this. And I'm not saying I'm blaming the government for these corrupt organizations. I'm blaming the government for not protecting these people from these corrupt people. Oh yeah, I gotta say that. Well, see, look, me saying that, they may just start to expose this shit ASAP now because they realize that they allowed this. Yeah. We're in the knowing now. Our government allowed these corrupt organizations to form by allowing them to, I'm talking about coerce situations set up in certain organizations to override having to have permission to do this. But see, look, there's good people in the government. I've met some. You see, look, I'm being protected physically with certain things because of them, because of those brave people that works amongst these corrupt organizations that set themselves up in these government organizations and sabotage resources for people like me. There's there's elitists that's watching and reporting everything they do. Just like this organization, they think they coming over on you, but really the joke's on them because look, I'm telling you this. It's not just the physical aspect of it, it's the spiritual aspect of them getting karma for everything they do to you. Because listen, like I said, those angels in the outfield, they didn't forget what happened to them. They will never forget what happened to them. So when they see it happen to us, especially the ones that they guide, like a lot of us, oh yeah, they're going to give them karma. See, look, this is for entertainment, YouTube. You see, look, this the thing. We all have our own judgment day. We all have to pass over one day. So look, they could coerce issues to make them live long, like taking people organs allegedly, and live long still. But you still gotta go. So what happens then? Because you definitely ain't gonna live for an eternity because you didn't inherit that. You weren't blessed with eternity. They thought that they were more powerful. They was tricked just like the devil. Yeah. See, look, they don't realize that those Tartarian empires, they didn't operate like that because they wanted to, because they felt like, oh, this is what we want to do, so we're gonna do. No, like they did with this world, with this monopoly, stupid ass, comic book ass, hallmark ass, cardboard box ass world that we live in. Sardines in a fucking bucket ass world. There's no way, nowhere to run. Bucket ass world. There's nowhere to park. Too many houses next door. Oh my God. House right here. House right here. How would you even live, bitch? You can't talk too loud. You too close to your neighbors ass civilization we live in. Y'all, sorry, I'm getting too personal. They didn't choose to create free electricity for their empire because, oh, this will be easier. No, they didn't do that for that. I could keep giving examples, but I'm gonna tell these brotherhood boys who think that they're superior because they did these things and covered it up. Let me tell them, those people live like that because they were aware of universal law. They knew how the universe operates. They know not to fuck with the sun, the physical one. They know not to fuck with the land, bitch. We don't own it. We utilize it. That's why they let you four fuckers come stay and give you knowledge on how to adapt to this shit. Cause they didn't own this shit. But we, oh, US, bitch, we decide to charge each other for everything. Even in families. I'm not even being biased to just saying paying rent or paying for this. I'm talking about we make this shit a fucking lifestyle. You can't sit with them because you ain't got no money ass bitches. But the Tartarian Empire that created all the fucking the landmark for us to even build this land on, bitch, they created it with no tools, which means they didn't need no money to do it, because they didn't have to purchase tools, bitch. They did it with their bare hands, utilizing the earth, and had gold, places made of fucking gold, bitch. They had structures that last underwater, bitch, according to y'all, right? See, I'm going too far. How does it feel to know that? Excuse, this need to come out. How does it feel to these people to think that they're so powerful and you're powerless? You just lost your very power that you had, like those Tartarian empires did, to be able to create a mass land and utilize it for everybody, not just themselves. You see, look, we're so poor and so broke as a civilization that we don't have enough to give. But how does it feel in D'Angelo voice to these brotherhood boys? Bitch, you think you're more superior than them when they were able to feed the whole land, not just them. I'm talking about the civilization, the animals, bitch. More herd, didn't have to slaughter, ho. It was so rich, bitch, that only time they ate that meat, bitch, was like a ritual, ho. And you took it for a grain of salt and you took it in your own way and you cursed yourself. Wonder why y'all depressed, and wonder why I say I'm not even depressed, and I'm getting evicted in 30 days, bitch. Because you eat allegedly is for entertainment YouTube allegedly because they eating these animals that's being slaughtered the same way these angels they it's like this, like currency. You could use it in different ways, so which means when they tell you you are what you eat, it's really what you consume. So the angels in a way consume us because they're in our fucking realm. We don't have to eat the animals to consume them, but because we do, now you attach to them like the angels attached to us because they consume us, bitch, based off what happened to us that happened to them, bitch. That's similar to what happened to them. See, look, see, they don't think that dumb people like me know this. See, look, they thought the Tartarian Empire, the people, my ancestors, was dumb and their ideas were stupid. So they flooded all of their ideas and made mud floods and then created their own monopoly realm and thought that it was gonna last. And they started to have sinkholes like the one they tried to create on this under this house I live in, right? Those Tartarian empires, they started to allegedly, y'all, this is for entertainment. Those Tartarian empires that probably were able to mermaid their way out started to form a mass to protect us. Oh God, they're trying to do it to her, type shit. Because allegedly their technology was way above their motherfucking time, just like Granny was. And Granny was born in the 1900s, right? Granny was born in the 20s and knew that not to fuck with those microwaves because those Jews was radiating her mind all day. And when she sleep at night, she knew this in 2005. She knew this in 99. Etta May knew that they stripped her mother from her land and tried to blackmail her because she wouldn't give up her daughter. See, allegedly the same daughter that they mess with today, my mom, that's really autistic and she don't know, but they hid this from her and made her feel bad and made her think that her mother caused her to have her condition when she inherited her genetics. Told her she was schizophrenic or whatever when she's really autistic. But see, look, they did this. This is what gave me the idea that all these autistic people are on the watch list because I'm seeing my mama, me, and my family members. They fuck with my brothers. It make me be petted in their ass because they get on my nerves and make me feel bad for what these people do to them, and it make me mad sometimes, even though I know it ain't their fault. That like y'all, why y'all don't see this lame ass shit, man? But then I have to think back, like this is what they want. They turned families against each other. This wasn't the government that did this. This was this corrupt organization for their motives, for these people that carry this genetics because they wanted to outlive their death dates. Allegedly, YouTube this for entertainment. That's why they studied those Tartarian empires and wanted to know how they knew this knowledge. But they didn't understand that these Tartarian empires gained this knowledge because of how they lived and utilized the earth. It's like the earth gave them a gift. The earth ain't giving us shit because we keep taking from it. Bitch, we keep spraying our shit. We keep cutting down our fucking trees that give us oxygen to breathe. Bitch, we align with them and we take that shit down just like we do these targeted individuals. Then these lame ass people get into alliance with them because they want to move up the pyramid scheme and be used and get their souls abused, bitch, because in the spiritual sense, you lose that soul. That's how you sell your soul. See, people think, oh, the Illuminati could just take souls. No, bitch, they make you give it to them because what you do is give it to their God. Bitch, you ain't serving yours. That's why I stopped being a Christian. I stopped being Baptist. I was raised in the Baptist church. My grandma took me every Sunday, and Auntie took me to her Jehovah's Witness church too. So trust me, I know the Bible. I read it so many times to see that they fabricated that shit. But see, look, people don't even know King James. Allegedly, he made a witchcraft novel, bitch, a fucking guide, right when he rewrote the Bible. And it makes sense why these Christians walk around and weaponize the Bible and you need to go to church. It was what Massa's plan, bitch. To shut your ass up every time you spoke too good and made sense, bitch. Put it in the church. And then use those weaponized words that they changed from what it really was. So when they try to tell people people you evil for knowing this shit. Oh, you need to be, I hear this. That's why I say certain things to people. I don't, let them know everything, because they don't realize that they are the ones moving evil. You are doing witchcraft every day. So when they say these things to you, they are only utilizing the campaigns that was created, because they've been campaigning way back in the day. This ain't just start in this era in the 2000s or when the internet was popular, or people making campaigns on you. No, they've been doing this since World War II, bitch. They know what to do. This how they got them allegedly to do what they had them to do. Campaigning they shit. Throwing in the fucking rock and then coming in, we'll remove the rock type shit. 9/11. See, look, if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it all. We ain't gonna go halfway. How I see certain people, they say certain things, but they know these people gonna do things. Bitch, show that shit. So fuck you scared for? You showing God and those Tartarian empires that's the most closest to God, that you don't fucking believe in having favor when you move the right way, because that's what they did when they lived the way they lived, utilizing the earth the way they did, making sure they fucking feed the earth and not just them. That's what they was doing, and that's how they gained the knowledge. You see, the brotherhood, if y'all really want to know all this, then you should really listen to us instead of being a bitch like the devil was. And then I see these disgusting behaviors amongst my peers and neighbors and people when these corrupt police officers approach them. It just make me sad and it remind me of my ancestors past and how they did them and how they were able to use people against them by just telling them some bogus shit while they're utilizing these technologies. Y'all see, a lot of people don't know that they have these energy weapons, allegedly. This stuff that I read about I'm talking about World War II. So if y'all think I'm crazy, then you need to research. This ain't stuff I made the fuck up. They've been using these energy weapons on military, on soldiers, back to keep their momentum, bitch. They was using MK Ultra. So when I talk about MK Ultra, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I could tell when they turn that shit on around me. You can call me crazy, cuckoo, la la la, bitch, but that shit happening. I could tell when it happens, bitch. When I turn those frequencies on and implement my copper, bitch, that shit, they turn that shit off. Because at this point they're emitting too many frequencies and losing more energy and money, bitch, and it costs to run that equipment. Bitch, don't fuck with me. Research. This is what I tell people when they try to call me crazy. I might be crazy, bitch, but I know what I'm talking about. Look, the thing is, when they did this to these veterans, the veterans, their whole lives were affected, because then they had to be let out into society and have these post-traumatic issues. But nobody talks about the targets that go through the same military operations that these veterans went through in their real lives, like a out in the field effect for them. We don't talk about this enough for the veterans to even say and notice that this shit is happening, because people are not in the knowing. But it's too late. Anything they do adds to the file. I'm here to tell y'all, anything they do adds to the file. It's too fucking late for them to try to show the Supreme Court that this program has any good effect on society. At this point, it is a danger to society to have these brotherhood boys, just like the KKK. Oh, did I say that the KKK formed from the Jews to begin with, from the Nazis? They all became a brotherhood. So these BLK smooths, like a Black and Mild, that take these invitations, and these Eastern Star hoes that want to wear these hats and go to these motherfucking kumbayas, they don't realize that they align their self with these dark practices that didn't even resonate from your ancestors. That's the deep part. So it's like standing in the rim of it, allowing it to happen, don't help you at all, because everything is temporary. People, places, things you might feel today, you might not feel that tomorrow. Things you have fucking today, you might not have that shit tomorrow. So who the fuck and why the fuck are you protecting them? Why the fuck are you in an alliance with them for material shit when you are the material shit? You make that shit. We make what's popular. We make what's not. So why the hell do we feel like we gotta walk amongst these people? That's why we get tricked every day and go against one another. Now all the while, see, look, this the deep part. They get all of these people involved, tell them these things about them, use this technology on them, and not tell them that they're also being affected too. That's the deep part. It's like, fuck me. What about you? Because this got everything to do about you. Because when they spin that block, they gonna remember they showed you, told you, made you do too much, and use everything against you. That's for the brother. That's for the brother. Be okay. Smooths. That's a part of the brotherhood. I ain't even talking about. I'm not talking about the ancestors uh, that started this program that were part of demolishing the Tartarian Empire. I'm not talking about that bloodline. I'm talking about the bloodline of the Tartarian empires in those tribes that were affected, all from the Africans and the Cherokees. I'm not joining that stupid ass war they created against us. Talk about, oh, you're not African. You're not, bitch, you're the same person. You're a different tribe. You're we became tribes because we had to utilize the land, bitch, and be separated. And people so goddamn oblivious to this shit. We started a war for ourselves. We even do it in the modern day. The African and Mexican and Cherokee, Choctaw tribe and all these wars was the first Bloods and Crips. We did it to ourselves and then let them say they enslaved each other when they forced them to do that shit. For survival reasons, they took bribes. And then these little BLK smooths walk around and laugh at you when they feel like they on top. When really you on the bottom like a fucking bottom bitch. So look, step aside of what I'm saying. I know the angle for me. So I'm kind of like giving them what they want to, me being sarcastic. I know that. But sometimes I gotta say how I feel because that it leads some things I say, some truth that I say, it leaves a lasting effect on people that come against me. And sometimes I just gotta get it out. So because everything we say holds power. That's why that's why the English language allegedly. Sorry y'all, I'm getting cold. It's cold in my car. Can't turn my car on. Uh and I can't smoke in the house, y'all. So uh y'all know that my car is my spot, my meditation spot. These people like really, they so funny. So I need to stretch the leg too. So I'm gonna go get my other jacket. So we just gonna go on my, what is this? I'm gonna review my notification. Let me let this video play when I go do this. Let me see. Refresh. Hold on, I gotta go on my other channel. See, look, I have certain channels for certain things. And look at, cause I know I be wanting to show love to certain creators, and when I come with this channel, it kind of like bring them negative trolls in their comments. I noticed that, y'all. So that's another video for y'all. But I use different accounts for different things, pretty much. So let's go on my most wanted and go down on my notification. And then I could possibly read comments from here if I use this. So Joseph one, you survived the humiliation ritual. Yes, bitch. Let's read this. Let's listen to this. All right. Let's check them out. When you start your truck, you get this cool light. It was a big ritual, not a little one.
Chosen one.
Not
you
a little one.
What was meant to cut you down and leave you bleeding in public.
That's confirmation.
A humiliation ritual was set in motion, designed to break your spirit while others watched. It failed. Your discernment saved your life.
Hold
Hold truth up. Now coming.
Wow. So this Astral Autumn, y'all, on YouTube.
One. You survived what was meant to cut you down and leave you bleeding in public.
Wow.
A humiliation ritual was set in motion, designed to break your spirit while others watched. It failed.
Wow.
Your discernment saved your life. That is the sick truth now coming into focus. Your spirit was too clean for the dirty games they were playing around you. Your presence in their spaces created a problem they couldn't articulate. You walked in with a pure heart, and that purity exposed every compromise they had made, every lie they told in mirrors, every manipulation they dressed up as loyalty. You didn't have to say a word. Your energy alone made people feel convicted. That's why they had to take action against you. But lock this into your mind right now. This story doesn't end with you defeated. It ends with you dangerous. What they meant to destroy you is exactly what trained you to see the next move before it gets made. Your humiliation was the biggest mistake they could have made. You walked into rooms thinking you were building connections. You showed up believing the words they spoke to your face. But behind the scenes, they had an agreement you didn't know existed. Pact between people who had already decided you were the problem. You were the offering at a ceremony nobody explained, the sacrifice they needed to keep their false peace intact. The public humiliation you endured wasn't correction, it wasn't discipline. This was a spiritual assassination attempt designed to break your self-image. Their goal was to make you question your reality, to doubt your memory, to hear their voices every time you looked in the mirror. Their judgment was supposed to replace your discernment. For a moment, it almost worked. You started wondering if maybe you were too sensitive, too much, too complicated, but something inside you wouldn't fully submit to their narrative. That something was your discernment, and it was recording everything. You don't just experience intuition like normal people.
I gotta listen to this motherfucker. Yeah, that was confirmation, baby.
You survived what was meant to cut you down and leave you bleeding in public. A humiliation ritual set in motion, designed to break your spirit while others watched. It failed. Your discernment saved your life.
Granny, it's your birthday this month, baby.
Coming into focus.
I love my ancestors, baby. Angels in the Outfield type shit. That's why I used to watch this. I used to watch Angels in the Outfield with Granny every weekend, y'all. We had this little, what's the tape play? What was it called, y'all? The VHS. And we still, which one we gonna watch? Okay, we're gonna watch Angels in the Outfield, and that's the fact. That's Granny letting me remember that right now for her birthday. Angels in the motherfucking outfield, Tartarian shit.
You walked in with a pure heart, and that purity exposed every
He's like, I wouldn't want to do that if I was them.
They told in mirrors,
yeah. Spiritual karma.
They dressed up as loyalty. You didn't have to say.
Fuck the physical karma and judicial karma, of course. I'm talking about spiritual karma they get. It's more powerful than the jail cell.
Your energy alone made people feel convicted. That's why they had to take action against you.
Oh, yes.
But lock this into your mind right now.
Thank you for the confirmation.
It ends with you dangerous. What they meant to destroy you is exactly what trained you to see the next
confirmation. Because I tell a lot of people that I get into contact about this, that this is going to empower you. If anything, you're going to go through all of these things because most people don't live to even see the effects that you get, because this is too much to handle. Most people get framed, they in jail. Most targets are in jail as of right now, y'all, because they don't know how to bypass the tactics and the tricks, y'all. So you got to pat yourself on the back, even when it happened, even when they take from you, even when they do shit, because you understand that you're so powerful and valuable that they even got to do this shit.
Your humiliation was the biggest mistake they could have made. You walked into rooms thinking you were building connections. You showed up believing the words they spoke to your face.
But behind the scenes,
they had an agreement you didn't know existed. A silent pact between people who had already decided you were the problem. You were the offering at a ceremony nobody explained.
This is confirmation.
The sacrifice they needed to keep their false peace intact.
I got butterflies. Let me say that. Where's my lighter? I got literal butterflies right now. I'm listening to this. like angels. That's why I'm so cold out of nowhere. It's like angels are in the outfield right now, watching this.
Humiliation you endured wasn't correction.
Confirmation.
It wasn't discipline. This was a spiritual assassination attempt designed to break your self-image. Their goal was to make you question your reality, to doubt your memory,
Definitely.
to hear their voices every time you looked in the
Big,
mirror.
big on the doubt your memories.
Their judgment was supposed to replace your discernment.
Right.
For a moment, it almost worked. You started wondering if maybe you were too sensitive, too much.
I started understanding as I take my discernments and utilize stuff like this. That's why I love YouTube and I use universal alignment to get messages. I started to understand church is at wherever you make your home. Church is home. These brotherhood boys allegedly, y'all, started to utilize these churches. Not all, some of them, to mentally weaponize the Bible, like King James allegedly, when he remade a witchcraft version of the Bible, allegedly.
Complicated, but something inside you wouldn't fully submit to their narrative. That something was your discernment.
For the people that's researching this, these guys are going after spiritualists because they don't want their covers to be blown. That is deeper than just what they think it is.
It was recording everything. You don't just experience intuition like normal people. You have spiritual
Confirmation.
radar that
Thank you,
picks up
Father.
threats
Thank
before
you,
they
angels.
fully
That
form.
was
You
cute.
noticed the fake laughs that didn't reach their
Facts.
eyes. You caught the micro
When you say, well, if I put this eviction in, nobody's going to rent to you. Ha 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 ha. We don't want that to happen.
expressions that revealed hidden contempt. While they performed for crowds, you were watching,
Confirmation. Gotta add with no sound.
studying, decoding. That's what saved
Protection.
your life. Your discernment wasn't paranoia. It was divine data being downloaded in real time. You saw patterns before they completed.
And
You
patterns.
felt danger before it
See,
struck.
look, they're gonna change it because your opinion matters. Every time you speak on certain tactics and things you overcome, that's why you can't never really say things before it happened until you actually get things. Because just like that, they use your opinion to evolve. Oh yeah, you know why we've evolved allegedly? Because it was always our opinion that mattered.
You moved when your spirit said move, not when your mind
They
had
don't want you to hear
proof.
this one.
That's why you survived what destroys others. You trusted the alarm system they tried to convince you was broken.
Technology only evolved because our opinions always mattered.
And now you see everything. But let me
The
tell you
world
what
has
this
evolved because our opinions always mattered.
means going forward. You're not the same
Our
person who walked
ancestors was able to be affected because their opinions mattered.
into that room. You've been upgraded,
We could change
refined,
things
sharpened.
because
What they meant for
it's
evil
all about our
literally
opinions
trained you to
that matter.
operate on a level beyond their reach.
We
You're
could
not
all gang up and say, we don't fucking want this. Get the fuck down. And they'll have to say, we're sorry, guys, okay? It's enough for y'all now, you know? But, Master, I won't do that to you boys.
recovering from what happened. You're
That's what I
rising
call
because of
homeboys,
it.
the ones that
Most
join this
people
alliance.
treat
My
intuition
my
like a
wonderful BLK
suggestion,
Smooths,
but for chosen
my
ones,
baby
this is a
Masons,
survival system. Your
oh,
discernment doesn't whisper.
my baby
It
brotherhood,
hits like an alarm, like radar detecting things before words are spoken.
my
You've learned
gang
to
members that organized from allegedly these corrupt organizations because according to articles that I've read, of course, states that there's been research and should I say there's been evidence that points towards some of these boys I won't mention because I know they'll try to sue my broke ass. Uh, whew, that most of these organizations started the first gangs and sent out their operatives and their ex-military members to form that shit and say, "Hey y'all, come on!" It's like this. I'm gonna give y'all blueprints. Like somebody make this a play, right? Make it a movie. Just say you out hanging out. This is what they do. All your friends in y'all normal spot, chilling, doing shit, and this random person come out. Oh yeah, I'm starting this thing, blah blah blah. Y'all join this. That's exactly what they did to y'all. And deterred y'all. Should I say it like that? Did I say it wrong? To make you think that you had to do certain things. Oh God, but it was only to distract you from what you was really doing, allegedly. See this stuff, and I just got a core message. Let's read it. Let's see this. A lot of these people don't realize that it's deeper than just some material ass shit, because think about it, you can't take material shit with you. You that shit, people saying that they take your stuff out the grave, so you can't even take it to the grave no more. So it's like, what y'all really doing this shit for? Just temporary relief. And people be so damaged inside that they admit to they admit to material gain because they don't have no love, and they don't have people that love them. That's how I notice a lot of these people that are members of these lodges allegedly. They that's how their lives are. They don't have shit. They done did too much, but they were forced in survival mode to do certain stuff. And this is why I feel in the mirror spirits, a million spirits before us, their ancestors that showed them this, that you know, put this in their position, or put this in their path, and put them in position to be able to become a member. Because you got to be invited. You have to have family members to join these corrupt organizations that you know what I'm saying, that tie to this shit. You can't just anybody can't just do that shit. So which means that you you automatically just throw your life away just to get some material shit that you could get anyways. You don't even need to be a part of that weak ass shit to get that shit, because according to your Tartarian ancestors, they ain't need no money. They didn't have a money system. Do you know that they didn't have a debt system? They didn't have a collection system. They didn't have a fucking you ate. You didn't have to pay for no food, bitch. So when I say stuff like this and people be like, you bum ass bitch, you living off the government, like, you dumb ass bitch. You you old fool for love, nigga. You really think about what you really said. Go do some research on your folks and how smart and creative and intuitive that they was, that they were able to create a whole fucking mass to for you to live, utilize, and give back to your folks. Take care of your whole family too. Won't need to, everybody eating type shit. And I don't really like. I'm not the type of person that's biased about certain topics and shit. I'm just calling it for what it is because I noticed that this program, this corrupt organization, is possibly the four founders of this cash rent system and monetary, See, look, people complain and complain about everything, but don't realize we won't have no fucking need to complain about this stuff. And like I said, I know me talk about this shit. Of course, like y'all tell me, that's gonna get people to fuck with you. Of course, there's corruption, right? Just be quiet now. It's gonna make people say less now. Targeted individuals. This is a message from on my core, y'all. Posted by Sierra Tarvez. I love her. So, but this was 2 years ago. I'm not sure why I just got it. So that's confirmation. But let me show y'all. I just got this core message in my Gmail. So let me read it by Sierra Tavares Reyes, y'all. She's shout out to I actually know this young lady. I've seen her advocating for targeted individuals for so long and seeing what they did to her. So shout out to her. So and she's contributed uh to document and even going down to further extents to try and get this stuff, you know. So shout out to her and so many others, y'all, that's doing this and knowing that it's sabotaging their lives and these people are taking things from them. I'm not the only one, y'all. So targeted individuals may have your attention, please. Please listen to this. Okay, I asked AI this question. How can individuals challenge the listing on the TSOB? Here's the answer. Individuals who believe that they have been wrongfully included on a terrorist screening database, TSDB, have the right to seek redress through a process known as the Traveler Redress Inquiry Program TRIP. I guess is abbreviated TRIP. This TRIP program, hold on, y'all, I'm losing my breath because right now, because of the buzzing, I could hear like some type of goddamn computer. Uh, they using the MK Ultra, and I'm probably stumbling over my words because it's meant to make me seem impaired when I'm just smoking sativa, but for certain reasons. So let me drink some water first. Hold on. And the neighbor is laughing. I just heard it from a distance, but uh, it's only because people, we laugh out of nervousness when we feel guilty or something. So let's finish reading. Uh, like I said, this is a message from Core I just got. Individuals who believe that they have been wrongfully included on the terrorist screening database TSDB have the right to seek redress through a process known as the Traveler Redress Inquiry Program, TRIP. The TRIP program is administered by the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, and provides a means for individuals to challenge their inclusion on the watch list and to seek correction of any errors in the information that is associated with their listing. To initiate the TRIP process, individuals can submit an online form or paper form to the DHS. The form asks the information about the individual's identity, including their name, date of birth, and contact information. You see, I'm out of breath. Hold on. Ooh. And just as for documentation, the left side of my like face head is banging right now that I'm out of breath. So hold on, I'm trying to catch my breath. That's crazy that those people are so evil like that. Like the frequencies that I think I'll come back to the core post. Let me Here I go implementing hertz and frequencies.
Trust this
And you'll
because it's
see
never been
it
wrong.
change.
People don't
And I have my
understand how
copper.
you know things before they
I'm gonna grab
manifest.
it now.
They call you suspicious, too sensitive, judgmental. But those voices have never
So I
had to
have my
survive
copper.
betrayal
I made
wearing a friendly
I
face.
was actually
You
selling
have,
these, believe
so
it or
be
not,
also
in
not
West Palm
sharpened
Beach,
by
but
necessity. You
it
didn't
costs, and
just
I'll probably
sense
do it
bad
later.
energy.
But
You tracked it.
I'm gonna get
You
my
felt
copper
tone
and my
shifts,
pyrite
hesitation in speech, tension in silence. Your
and
escape
the
from their
obsidian
traps wasn't luck. It was real-time divine
to
intelligence.
with all of
You
that.
moved when your spirit said go.
Oof,
That's why you
hold on,
survived.
say less.
Discernment saved you from relationships that looked perfect but were poisoned underneath.
Because
From
they're
deals that
running the
sounded
radiation right
amazing
now
but were
to make me
cages in
sound distorted.
disguise. From environments
I could
dressed as
sense it, y'all. So
opportunities but were actually altars with your
let's listen
name
to
already
Astral Autumn.
written on them. The humiliation didn't break you. It revealed how accurate your
I definitely say I could definitely tell that because it helps my just level when I'm going through those high EMF levels. I could feel it's all about hertz, y'all. It has a lot to do these what I'm telling you, this is sauce, y'all, free sauce. And this definitely gonna get me fucked with. Oh yeah, make me look crazier than I look. Now it's all about the frequency and hertz. I showed you this copper for a reason because it somehow emits the radiation at some point, even if they turn it up like really, really high. So I'm gonna say less though.
discernment had been the entire time. You saw through their masks when you had no proof, when you didn't have evidence. Your spirit had the pattern. That's how chosen ones move. You don't guess, you know. And when you know, you don't need to prove anything. You just leave, quietly, strategically, alive, with your power intact. What you experienced wasn't rejection, it was a spiritual scan.
Oh yeah.
Life wasn't pushing you out randomly, it was examining every connection, every belief, every hidden wound you carried. The humiliation was surgical,
I'm
precise.
talking about
Heaven
precise.
designed it to expose what couldn't
Yeah,
come with you into
allowed
your
it.
next level. Every time they left you out, mocked you, isolated you, discarded you, it hurt beyond measure. But it was also revealing truth you couldn't see on your own. You thought people were changing, but the truth is simpler and more painful. What you witnessed was finally being shown what had been there all along. That
Oh, let me
forced
put this up.
separation wasn't punishment, it was purification. The loyalty you gave wasn't being matched. The love you offered wasn't being understood. Heaven had to show you in a way you couldn't rationalize away. This is what most people don't get about
Gosh.
elevation. It requires exposure. Exposure doesn't always look like people getting caught in their lies. Sometimes it looks like you finally seeing clearly. The ritual had to be
Right.
public
And
so
I should
you'd
have.
stop making excuses in private. It
It's
had to
almost
be
like
loud
I could see clearly now. Now
so
it
you
make me want
couldn't
to listen to
ignore
that
it.
song.
You didn't lose relationships. You lost illusions. You didn't lose opportunities. You lost distractions disguised as destiny.
Wow,
What you
that
gained
is
was clarity
crazy.
that cuts through manipulation like light through darkness. You gained the ability to spot fake smiles from across rooms.
Mhm.
You gained the courage to trust your gut the first time, not after being destroyed multiple times. You
It's
gained
like
self.
it's like noticing this last tactic, just a whole pyramid of tactics as a domino effect is how they did it. And I noticed that they expected me to be out of a car right now. This is why they was aiming to do stuff to my car prior to this eviction, so that I could be really homeless. This is proof that a lot of people that are homeless were driven there by these corrupt organizations, y'all, because they literally are aiming at and using people around me to the point where I choose to isolate myself because you just can't trust people because they turn against you. It's like once these people approach them, because we are in the knowing that they approach them at some point, they'll do anything as a survival tactic, just like our ancestors did. And they failed us like that.
Respect at a cost most people will never pay. And here's the power move
Confirmation.
nobody expected. You're not bitter, you're better, you're not
Yes.
wounded, you're weaponized. They tried to
Thank you,
bury you,
ancestors.
but everyone forgot you were a
Yes.
seed. If this resonates with your inner knowing, hype this video to help fellow.
It's like it's so funny because they do that little lame ass MK Ultra, and you can notice because it's like, bitch, that's some lame ass shit just to make people mock you. I know I learned it. Like it's not about the purpose of using it when they use it on you is to get people to mock you. What the fuck is she talking about? That type of lame. That's why I call it lame ass shit.
Chosen ones find their way here. Let me reveal the next layer. Physical death was never their goal. They wanted something.
When all the while, what that bitch talking about is facts, but they want you to sound mentally unstable. Watch when this shit is exposed everywhere and all of these people start seeing that they was used because like I said, Rico, and Rico charges.
More insidious. They wanted you to stay alive but spiritually paralyzed,
It's like
doubting
shit, I could be in an asylum. You still gonna be on a Rico case.
every instinct, second guessing everything you knew to be true.
It's like
Because as long
putting me in there, it might get you there.
as you were confused, they could maintain control.
See,
Their
look, I'm being
goal wasn't
cocky
your death.
saying that
It was your
because I
disconnection
see what
from your
happens
inner compass.
to these
Some
organizations
enemies
when they
want
do
to
things. They
destroy
lose their
completely,
businesses,
but
they
the
lose
dangerous
their funding, they lose their positions, they get demoted, they they get suspended without pay.
ones want to contain. They arrive smiling. They offer help while planting doubt. Every
And
compliment
then
they
they get
give carries
and you want and want for research purposes for these people that are thinking about being a part of brotherhood. You don't want to be a part of this shit and know too much. They throw you under the bus. Are you seeing these trials on fucking line? They gonna pull you out. They gonna say it was about you started this. Just like they we don't understand where this really originated from because they never take the blame. It's like a whole generation that passed that shit down that way, and that's how they did it to the point where these guys they don't understand. This is why I laugh about it because all money ain't good money. They say that for a reason.
Is a twist. Every joke they make delivers a sting.
Right? I just said that
They study
confirmation.
you until they identify what makes you powerful. Then they slowly convince you that your power is actually a problem.
YouTube, we reacting to Astro Artem. I said the title is Chosen One. You survived the humiliation ritual, and your discernment saved your life. Wow.
You start shrinking, dimming your light, and you think it's humility, but it's programming. Their attempt wasn't to make you explode. Their strategy was to make you disappear quietly.
Right, right.
But your discernment
That's the fuck what I'm saying. That's why they sabotage the help. That's that movie, The Help. Y'all shout out to that, to the screenwriter, or the person that wrote that movie, that script writer, whatever you call it. Watch the movie. Please watch it. Right, these people, they sabotage the help because when these situations happen, they don't want you to be able to get any help so that it's successful. The tactic is successful. First of all, these things they do cost money for them to even do this shit because they have to implement the technology, which costs to run the software. So therefore, even when they send people your way, that's money they got to spend, and that's why I talk about the fact that these people are affected by the technology as well because they got to use it on you when when they're doing these things to you. They got to use it on you, which means they using it on themselves, right?
kicked in just in time. That uncomfortable feeling, that voice whispering, this isn't right. That's what saved you. The moment they
now
attempted.
now this will explain situations. I gotta say this, y'all. This video, they definitely don't want you to hear. YouTube might help throw me out an algorithm if y'all like this. You know what I'm saying? So more people can understand how this technology works and why you seeing a combination of issues that mimic the same thing. Like you may have this thing happen on this street, in that street they doing the same thing. Random people deciding to shoot their pistols in there. You getting people do things at random times. It's like a spirituality, just like they mimic spirituality and told people you know a person by their fruit. Just like they did things and said, "Hey, this was on you." They do the same thing with technology, y'all. So when you have certain issues that's 90% allegedly caused by the MK Ultra, because a lot of situations are alleged to happen utilizing this software. This has been talked about, actually been documented cases that say that okay, possibly there was MK Ultra involved. Therefore, now your neighbors may be in there arguing, you arguing, your spouse is cheating on you. You're all stemming from this dangerous technology that needs to be abolished, and people don't voice on it because they don't feel like they have a voice on it because they see how this corrupt organization operate, and they know they're in fear. And fear, so I said, fear monger tactics, that they have to survive like this, like the ancestors did. Like we just protecting our territory at like this. Like I gotta protect my home type shit. I know they gonna take my car type shit. I can see what they doing to you. They home them to do that to me type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Public humiliation
Confirmation.
against you. They accidentally
Not
exposed their
realizing that it's complete opposite because our opinions matters. If your opinion matters, which means that if you tell them the truth, bitch, don't be scared by the things they do to get you to not say it. Tell your truth because actually your opinion matters. That's why they scrub the truth and don't expose that shit until it's exposed. And if that don't even make sense, I'm gonna tell you like this: like you notice why you notice certain things don't go online. You notice certain things don't get talked about amongst these cooperatives that run these engines that give us news and shit. Allegedly, this has been documented though. It ain't nothing I made up. So it's all about the motive. It's all about the certain direction. They create the direction. You even see them in the comments and certain creators comment saying, And something is this when it's really this. Because look, as a spiritualist, how when I burp and I'm saying something a lot, because I don't normally burp back to back like that, is because of what I'm saying. That's another confirmation, I guess. But y'all, this is this is the motive, the whole motive.
Entire network. People you never spoke to suddenly had opinions.
Is
Strangers started treating
that
you
is
like a problem.
crazy
Whispers spread like wildfire,
because
and
that
it
is the
made no
motive.
sense until it did.
Confirmation.
What you experienced wasn't just personal betrayal, it
It was
was the
strategic.
unmasking of a
Yeah,
hidden system, a spiritual cartel of manipulation and
right. A
gossip, and
spiritual
your
cartel of
awakening set it on.
manipulation and gossip.
Now through
Wow,
Wednesday, shop the Rooms to
confirmation.
Go New Year's sofa sale and find your
I gotta
perfect
go back.
sofa. Save on
I
fabric
gotta go back.
sofas,
Come on,
sleeper
get the ad.
sofas,
I can't
plus
skip
leather
it.
sofas,
I guess
sectionals,
you
and reclining sofas
deserve
at
that
the
ad.
Rooms to Go New Year's sofa sale. Now through Wednesday.
Okay. I actually like
Fire.
to
You
give my
became their
creators
threat
the
the moment you
ads when I'm
stopped
not
playing small,
reacting to it,
when
of
you
course.
started questioning things, moving different, protecting your peace.
That was
That's when they
confirmation, bro.
escalated. Not because you hurt anyone,
It's almost in
but
the sense
because you
like they get
stopped allowing
spiritual that
yourself to be handled, and that shook their
because
foundations.
current
Behind the
energy
drama
is the
was a
real
group that
currency
had
anyway.
silently agreed to
So
never
your
change,
energy
never grow,
make
never
it's
face
like a
truth.
spiritual bank.
You disrupted that agreement just by being
Niggas in
honest.
bankrupt.
The public humiliation was supposed to isolate you,
Spiritual
make you
bankrupt.
the example, but it exposed their sin.
Understand that what I just said and what he just said, the tactics and the things they do makes them spiritually bankrupt. Like they could have all the money in this realm, but you spiritually bankrupt. Oh God, shit, you ain't got no more tries in the next life.
Instead, it showed you who was secretly talking, who was pretending to be neutral while feeding their fires. That's not coincidence, that's
So I
coordination.
had a dream. This for the brotherhood. This might scare the shit out of them. And no, I don't mean to scare you. It's just confirmation, right? And it's discernment. Since they said this in the video, okay. So I had a dream, and it's weird because, or maybe it was a manipulated dream, but we gotta take it with a grain of salt because it could be an ancestral dream. So I had this dream where I was asleep, and for some reason it switched to me on my bed now, to where I could see the the bed like I'm going up or something. My dresser was getting short and shit. And then I could see like some marshmallows. And this like a spiritual message to me though. But then I could see people burning when I look down, and like somehow I feel like they asked me to help them up. And I'm looking lost in my dream, y'all. I'm looking lost. And it's like a lot of unicorn type. You know, this I told you, brotherhood boys. This probably my ancestors being animated at this point. It's okay. That's it now. Before they do a wellness check, let's talk about the dream, so y'all can repost it and stuff. If you don't see me posting a while, it's because of this dream. They don't want me to tell y'all. So in the fucking dream, the people that was burning down there had horns on their heads, y'all. Like, and I saw a couple people I know, bro, faces with the horns on it. Like, when I woke up, I was sweaty as fucking cold. Like I was sweaty and cold, bro. And it's like, God damn, my dreams are fucking movies. That was the message. It's like, in the end, you will be protected, and they're gonna need you. Cause like I said in the dream, it's almost like those people that was burning was asking me to help them up. Like you know how you reaching, like help me up there, bitch. And I'm looking lost at that point. Like, how could I get them? At that point, I'm looking lost, like I'm trying to get them. But how could I get them? It was no way to. Like, fuck type. Like, and then the unicorn type people that had this crazy aura type shit felt light. I don't know how to say it because, like I said, it was a dream. It was like a light uh, aura. I'm an aura person, so certain people make me nervous. So like I automatically noticed it was like a calmness or a highness. I'm high. A Jane. Okay, let's call them all Jane. That's what it was. It was said nothing too. Just smiling. Why? Those people burning down.
And they coordinated out of fear, fear that you'd reveal what they had buried. You became a mirror nobody wanted to look into,
That was
so they chose
confirmation, actually.
humiliation to redirect attention. But they showed their hand in the process. You didn't just survive, you decoded everything.
Wow.
Now you know what you're dealing with wasn't individuals,
Wow. And
it
it's
was
a
a system.
unicorn in the video.
And you
A horse. Look, I can't make this up. The angels give affirmations. If you
broke
pay
it without
attention,
even trying.
your angels.
That's the power of someone who refuses to break themselves. The
And
testing didn't
if you understand spirituality, you will understand why you get certain messages
happen
when you
out
get
of
that shit.
curiosity. It happened
Like
out of terror.
it's all about
Terror of what you
patterns
carried inside.
and
Your
of
presence
things.
revealed truth without you trying to reveal anything.
See, look, with real spiritualists, they don't hear voices. That's why that you could tell that's man-made. When people talk about hearing voices, especially mental health patients, like, cause I definitely don't hear fucking voices. That's not that my ancestors don't move like that. So it's all systematic. It's all I say less.
You came in with a pure heart and clear intentions. That alone disturbed every false system they had built. You were
My
evidence that
angels give
healing
me
is real,
confirmation.
that
They
forgiveness
speak
without
in
bitterness
gestures,
exists,
not literal,
that someone
like
can walk
we do.
through hell and stay soft hearted. You didn't just speak truth, you embodied it.
So
And for
when
people,
my corrupt therapist asked me, "Do I hear voices?" I understood her angle, cause bitch, why? First of all, are you asking me that? And I damn sure don't hear voices, bitch. But I get why you saying that because it's like, oh, that's why she talking like that. That's why they tried to give me that medication that was recalled at some point because I researched everything. When they gave it to me, I I, I read an article that says it was giving people cardiac arrest, heart attack like symptoms. Allegedly, it was giving them stroke like symptoms and hallucinations and paranoia, temporary paranoid schizophrenic. Yeah, that's what that medication symptoms said, y'all. And I said, oh shit, these bitches was trying to fuck me up, allegedly.
surviving on
So that
manipulation and
if I would have been taking that while I was in this car right now, all these times I was doing my videos too, y'all. Every time their neighbors called, every time they used that MK Ultra and made people record and call people, they was doing it for a strategic reason because they meant to have me taking that medication so that they could hide the things that happened that I'm talking about, so that I could automatically get admitted to a hospital because the I'm not on my medication and that the medication that gives symptoms of paranoid schizophrenia. You get it? That's how you know that this whole mental health campaign is a tactic.
control. Your presence
Control,
wasn't
confirmation.
comforting, it was confronting. You didn't try to expose anyone,
Because the reason
but
I
you
say the mental health campaign is a tactic is because most of these people are only experiencing these or examine you know what I'm saying, exhibiting these symptoms are because they're having these militarized, uh, weaponized technology used on them, y'all. I'll save that for another vlog because I'm gonna make it a whole video so I can actually read articles so that it won't sound like I'm just being, uh, just paranoid schizophrenic patient.
life exposed everything they were hiding. You were a mirror nobody asked for, so they had to test you, not to
And
understand
by
you.
the way, I was not never diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, but a lot of people that I know are campaigning this right now, saying they are, and it's like I see the motive because that medicine they tried to give me, and that same lady is gonna get in a lot of trouble, and I'll just say less.
To discredit you. They needed
Thank you.
confirmation
Discredit
about
me.
whether your light was real
Mm.
or another illusion. When you didn't crack under
But
pressure,
when I told her, hey, I can't take that stuff, oh man, that made my chest hurt so bad. But when really, I only took it one time. But I asked her, why didn't she give me what my therapist gave me in Miami? You know what I'm saying? Because he was giving me allegedly medication, and I wasn't even diagnosed with autism when I was young. I found out in my 30s. But when I researched the medicine I've been taking, the anxiety medication he was giving me, he never gave me that other stuff, the opiates and stuff. He never gave me none of that because he said I didn't need it, and he knew I smoked. weed back in Miami because I had like a little card, and he said that it actually helped me. He even told me a session one day because I always told the truth. Yeah, I smoked a blunt. You know, of course, I don't smoke around the kids. Usually, my mom have them. When I do smoke, I have breaks, whatever I need it for it. And he asked me how much do you use it, and I told him the truth. I probably once in the morning, but because I don't like to go to work out, it probably would be after I get off. And because I used to work long hours, I only, you know, you know what I'm saying. And it was definitely not around my kids. So as long as uh I was being honest with him, he didn't feel the need to, go against me back then. And this guy was giving me medication for neurodivergence, and I didn't even know back then. Like I said, I researched it when I was trying to figure out why she was trying to give me that stuff that was recalled to begin with. When I researched the symptoms, I realized why. But Medicaid wouldn't even pay for it. That's probably why they wouldn't pay for it, because it was that makes sense why Medicaid didn't want to pay for it, because that shit was recalled. But make a long story short, because I documented it and made a complaint about it and what it was doing to me, and it was really doing it to me because I just left the doctor. Uh, they got mad, like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Now you getting the fuck out of here. Like I'm a crackhead or something, but that's just how. See, look. All right, let me go back right here. Confirmation. The angels said that. I did not press that girl video. It's like came right after what I said. It was meant to make you look like a fucking crackhead, B. It was meant to make people mock you and talk about you and say, look how she acting, but they're not realizing why she's acting like that. What's stemming from why she's saying what she's saying. Or that's for anybody that's talking about this shit. They do it strategically for that main reason, so that it'll discredit you. That was confirmation. That's why I love being spiritual. That's why I love following my intuition, y'all. I love the fact that I can know this discernment.
To expose anyone,
Yeah, it
but
was
your
never meant
life
to expose
exposed
nothing.
everything they were hiding. You were a mirror nobody asked for, so they had to
Understand, I did not press that video, and it went in confirmation and alignment with what I said.
test you, not to understand you, to discredit you. They needed confirmation about whether your light was real or another illusion.
Confirmation.
When you didn't crack under pressure, when you didn't
And
retaliate.
they expected me to come to the meeting all, irate and all, because they strategically did everything to depress me, fucked with the car, blah blah blah. Told me the program shut down the day before with the letter. And I came in there professional. Had the people say, we like her, guys. Yeah, because they had to have a community, these old guys, these old veterans. That's why I love these military vets, y'all. It's like, we going to go by what we see, bitch, because I done seen a lot of things in my day you can't tell me about. So it's like, oh, we like her, guys. What did you guys do? That type of shit, they couldn't take it. So it's like, right now, it's a jealous retaliation tactic that I'm seeing happen, and nasty behavior amongst my neighbors, because I know that they approach them.
When you kept your dignity after they stripped everything else away, that's when everyone knew you couldn't be converted, controlled, or corrupted. That's why they attached labels to you.
Right, and I'm seeing how they mess with my oldest daughter a lot, and try to get in the girl head, and knowing that she's vulnerable, knowing our spectrum issues. They did this to me, so I'm noticing this shit happen to her, and it breaks my heart. My younger daughter is very spiritual, so she bypassed a lot of things they even do to her. But when they took them, they both was going through a lot of shit. And these in CPS, y'all, this not a legend. Them people took them girls through a mental exercise. I tell you that.
Too much, too sensitive,
Confirmation.
too deep.
And told them they was confirmation that they were too sensitive. I can't even make this up.
Because you actually were these things. Yeah. It was because you were too real for the game they were playing.
It's like, that's why I say most of these organizations, like certain CPS workers, not the whole CPS idea, because I like the idea of protecting children that actually do need help. But when you have moms like me, because I'm proof of it, I'm a whole testimony that there's corrupt organizations strategically making things seem mentally or mental health concerns or stemming from mental health when actually they're making those per people uh look mentally unstable because of the tactics they use implementing the MK Ultra technology and those energy weapons. Let's talk about it.
Fit the mold they needed, so they tried to break you, but your spirit stayed intact, and they hated
Let's talk
that
about it.
because you proved truth is livable by living it. In a world that rewards fakeness,
Right.
someone who can't be bought or manipulated is dangerous. That's why they treated you like the enemy,
Hmm.
not because you were evil, but because you were
Confirmation.
incorruptible.
Thank
Nothing threatens deception like a soul that refuses to
I
twist.
like that.
Watch how they escalated when they're quiet.
Chosen ones, they want to invert you because they already know the truth. So it's like really like punching the dead wall. You know what I'm saying?
Sabotage failed.
That's gonna collapse.
Everything started behind closed doors, whispered conversations, careful setups to make you question yourself. They tried subtle manipulation first because it was safer. They thought if they twisted reality slightly, you'd self-destruct without
Right.
anyone lifting a finger publicly. But you didn't break. You noticed. You adjusted. You kept showing up. And that bothered them more than they expected. You didn't fall into
So
their
I do have some videos that I will post after I move. I will tell y'all that nothing exposing people, nothing is actually exposing my strengths and warriorness. But I'll post it after I move because a lot of people will understand how severe these people tried to affect me and how much I was able to finesse them. And it's the reason why they didn't move. Y'all didn't see me post videos of the obvious of what they tried to do because I prevented it, following my discernment. That's why I say this video is confirmation.
traps. Their shade didn't work.
Yeah,
Their
confirmation.
forgetfulness didn't shake you. You started moving different.
Hmm.
That's when they panicked. Because private sabotage
Yeah, I
depends
said that
entirely on your
they're really in panic mode.
ignorance.
The
Once you
tactics come
started
from
paying
panic.
attention, they lost their grip.
The
So they
intimidation smear campaigns come from panic.
had to change strategy. If quiet damage couldn't destroy you,
Right, here's another
public
unicorn. I
humiliation
told y'all
might
that
finish the
video
job. They made a
in
show
that
of your
live
name. They
earlier.
exaggerated
I've
your
been
flaws.
ever
They
since I
pulled your
dreamed
past
had that dream of those unicorn type people. Y'all, literally, this is dream for real. And seeing familiar faces, like people would say this in religions, like your familiar faces is actually the quite opposite, y'all, because those familiar faces was those amongst the people I saw down there burning y'all with those horns.
into irrelevant
Big
conversations.
facts. I can't
It
make this
wasn't
up.
about truth.
Like I said,
It was
it
about
could be a manipulated dream because those that NK software allegedly, y'all, this is documented. It's nothing that I came up with. Is alleged to be able to stem from somewhat like I say, as a itinerary of tactics. You can even implement words, sentences, or consciousness of that person with using that MK Ultra software that was used on military vets, right? I'm not, the first one that was able to research this.
volume, loud enough to drown your version, bold enough to shake anyone in your corner. Their goal wasn't just embarrassment.
What's the goal of me saying this? Because most people that come in my path that upset with me talking about it, like, what's the goal of this, V? Okay, we know what's happening, then what? Okay, the goal of it is you can actually get it abolished to where it won't happen. You can actually make a huge change by abolishing that to where it'll change certain structures, just like a familiar structure, to where uh things you won't have to do no more because that was being corrupted. So you can no longer need to do it. There's gonna be a lot of see look how I said that so it fell off the tongue. There's gonna be things and systems put in place that it's gonna not only affect and help people that's on this watch list and being affected by it, as people, their whole families, y'all, their their loved ones, pretty much everybody, 90% of the civilization, most of these tactics affect them. So therefore, there's gonna be things changed to help them by abolishing this corrupt program. You know, the people that hang tight to it because they feel like this is a survival means of alliance, if I make sense, to where this is the only way to really live good by doing this. Now, this is the only way I'm gonna be able to travel like I do doing this. I gotta, you know, it's like the young boys that live in these project homes that were actually meant to be a project as a social experiment. Allegedly, this was the reason the projects were even invented, uh, like a reservation. So, like Africa is a reservation, really. So, because allegedly Africa, see, look, I gotta say this: Africa allegedly was one with America. So it's like, it's your reservation, go over there. Tartarian people. So allegedly, though, trying to preserve the traditions. Now, I think I'm gonna just say less though.
Their goal was to shame you into permanent
Confirmation.
silence, but instead of breaking, you endured. Instead of hiding, you got stronger. Instead of
How you
defending
guys feel about uh Mexico, Africa? Because allegedly Mexico and Dominican Republic and all the islands were once a part of America. So, which means that all of these people that live indigenous to that land that have formed these similar tactics and rituals, and you see them put when you see the foreigners take pictures of them, they always have these crazy appearances, and they don't really live like that. They don't really have that on in their regular they living. They just do it to mimic them because that's what they see. I'm giving them sauce. That's why allegedly, that's why when you see the colonizers and the scientists and the researchers, oh, we've just encountered these civilizations, and they have all of these masks on, big faces, crazy looks. That's what they see them as because they saw what you did. They're telling you. They're trying to tell you don't fuck with us. We crazy, bitch.
yourself with noise.
We
You
crazy
let their
like you.
performance
That
expose
message. That's the message. We crazy like you.
itself, and it did expose itself.
And
People start
they let them see only what they wanted them to see. And this happened from the Tartarian Empire that started, I'm talking about down to the Salem witch trials, down to and these are all experiments, down to the Trail of Tears when they captured them and they gained knowledge from them as they experimented on them. Y'all, they they didn't know to these colonizers and their seeds. And that's allegedly a part of these co-op organizations like the Brotherhood. They didn't know that those people only told them what they wanted to tell them. Allegedly, from the people I spoke to that were allegedly a part of Seminole, Choctaw, and some of them was Creek Nation and Cherokee, said their ancestors didn't really give them the blueprint. They told them some fake shit, like their mask when they saw you, and they made you think it was to say, "Oh, we're being funny." No, they were actually mimicking you because that's what they saw you as. So there you go.
noticing their obsession.
Yes. So I knew that was gonna happen. I don't know why I didn't have my charger in there. It was on 20%, so I thought I had a little time to, walk in there and go get the charger, but it drains so fast because there's some radiation, EMF radiation around so the thing is they use the phone a lot too. They use your phone a lot, so therefore there's too much software on your phone. That's what causes it to drain the battery fast like that. Allegedly, like the phone comes with a certain capacity it could hold. So when they hack it like that, it makes your phone
Their
glitch.
goal was to shame you into permanent
Confirmation.
silence, but instead of breaking, you endured. Instead of hiding, you got stronger.
So to the new viewers that this is by Astral Autumn, it's the chosen one. You survived the humiliation ritual and your discernment saved your life, y'all.
Instead of
And
defending
this is definitely
yourself with
confirmation.
noise, you let their performance expose itself, and
Yes.
it did expose itself. People started
It's
noticing
like
their
there's really
obsession,
nothing that you
the
have to do.
lengths they were taking,
It's
because when
self-exposure. Like
someone
they try to
works that hard
this
to
is big. It's like people try to cause you to have self-sabotage moments. This is self-exposure because all of the tactics expose the operation before it could even hand out anything else. It shows the corporations behind it based off the tactics because these investigators they understand certain tactics and why they are done.
destroy someone who's silent, questions
Confirmation.
start arising. The stage they built to
They
shame you.
understand that most of these people are being campaigned mentally, and situations are set in their life to make them look like they're like that. But spark that what's the movie called by Tyler Perry? When I was telling y'all in the last live, they had her in a situation where it made her look like she was just having a manic depressive moment, and she went in that bank and just give me all the money. No, she was really asking them, why come you tripping? Give me this motherfucking cash my check. I done this before. In other words, what she was trying to say, why are you tripping? I or else she wouldn't have felt comfortable to come in there knowing she didn't have her ID. She would have known, she would have had to fix that and go get that. She would have known that, but somehow it was as if they let her do that all the time. But because that day she had that mental health campaign done on her, because it started from the landlord that told her, look, she's gonna put your shit out by by night if you don't come with the money type shit, when really she didn't even allow this lady legally to have time to get her check, because all that she said, it only take 3 days for him to send me the check. He said he gonna send it to me. He wouldn't give it to me. Instead, she like, you told me you was gonna be here at 10. There's strategies they implement, y'all, for specific reason.
Ended up spotlighting their obsession
Confirmation, and
instead.
it
You kept your soul
self-exposed
intact. You outlasted their
the
circus,
tactics.
which proved what they feared most. You were never the problem. You were proof that
So
they
just a little motivation to the majority of y'all who are having high level targeting. I say that because it's a big difference from the stages. It's layers of, and like I said, I like to say it's, they give you tiers of tactics, y'all. That's another, somebody write that a book. Tiers of tactics, from target individual. There you go. I gave you a book because they give it to you in tiers, y'all, based on what you can survive through. They kind of reward you with certain things that they can still I don't know if that makes sense.
had lost control. Simple embarrassment was never the end game. Emotional crushing was their true objective. Their goal wasn't making you
Hold up. Oh, texting. My daughter's back. He's sent me a picture of the baby and them in the group
look
chat.
bad temporarily. It was making you turn on yourself permanently.
And like I said,
They
they put
wanted
you in
to bury you in
situations to make it seem self sabotage, because most of the time these high level targets are being self sabotaged for energy harvesting,
shame so deep
allegedly.
that even alone in quiet rooms, your mind would replay their attacks forever. They wanted their voices to become your inner dialogue.
Now I said I don't know if that dream I had could have been manipulated, because they give you these playouts as fear monger tactic itself. Follow me.
That was the ritual, psychological suffocation
Confirmation.
dressed as drama. But you didn't drown, you adapted.
And if you pay attention to the message in the theatric of the manipulated dream, because it's still going to have truth in it, of course, you'll understand why they manipulated it to begin with.
While they were throwing
It's
you into
hearing
emotional depths, you weren't just sinking,
the
you
buzzing.
were evolving. You started breathing where you shouldn't have.
Just for documents, if you notice when you hit those frequency levels, do you have gut problems? You guys, if you're experiencing this, I'd love for y'all to drop it in the comments so other people can understand why they experience it. So I'm just doing this for awareness.
Five,
Like,
you
I'm really doing this
recognized
for
their
awareness, y'all,
gaslighting, their guilt tripping,
so
their
that you can
twisted
avoid
truth.
all the
You stopped
gaslighting amongst
arguing with
your
their closed
peers and
minds,
people that's
stopped
supposed to
explaining to
notice this
people
and
who
help you.
needed you guilty,
Yeah,
and something wild happened.
confirmation.
You grew gills. You survived toxic environments
Mm,
without becoming toxic yourself.
right.
You thought clearly.
Never repay
While they
evil for
dragged your
evil.
name, you found peace surrounded
let's
by their
let's move back to ancient Kemet and the Tartarian empires, the way they moved for each other, because they knew that everything they did would boomerang like electricity that they gained, because they were able to have mobilized electricity back in the Tartarian Empire, y'all, based off their deeds. See, look, to the Brotherhood, when y'all research this what they didn't tell y'all. They were able to have individualized energy, or maybe y'all know this by now, based off their deeds and how they lived, how much they gave to society. And when I say society, I don't mean the people, I mean the universe, bitch.
chaos. While they
And
expected
in
shame to
return, the universe gave them. See, these people study these people for these specific reasons, so they can manipulate it. It's always been about manipulation, and they use your peers to do that,
destroy you, it
to
trains you
destroy you,
instead. Your mind got
and it
sharper.
trains
Your
us, y'all. For the
emotional
chosen ones.
intelligence leveled up. You saw their patterns before
Most of
formation.
the time, just
Situation
being knowledge, being of knowledge about the program and the tactics that's happening when you in the knowing, like when you first start finding out there's a corrupt organization involved in things because you just look too strategic. That is your power. Your this for entertainment you too. Like it's that's your spiritual intelligence working for you, telling you, that's mimicking the Tartarian Empire. Most people don't notice this because they don't carry this bloodline. Look, follow me.
that used to shake you became data. Rooms that triggered anxiety
Shout out
became
to that
arenas where
lady,
you
my one of my supporters that told me to research the Tartarian Empire and told me she believed I carry those genetics, and that's the reason why these people in this town, because she lives a town over and been researching this with her husband, allegedly, and they've been researching these corrupt organizations, and they've been researching these Freemasons allegedly
practiced
too,
staying grounded. That's
and
what they
noticed that
never
there's
expected.
portals and stuff in this town. And maybe that's why they moved me here, because she listened to my whole story.
They thought shame would sink you, but it made you a deep
It was a
diver.
ritual
You didn't just
to
survive their
sabotage you and make you go through depression, the Great Depression, in this nature, in this environment. It was an energy harvest.
manipulation.
She didn't say
You
that. I'm saying
decoded
that
it.
now.
You
That
built
part.
resilience in silence. Now you don't panic when water rises. You don't fight currents uselessly. You read them because you've been
So
trained
to
well.
these people that's researching this, most of these descendants that are part of their Great Depression and is mimicking their same tactics is because it's an energy harvest. They want you to mimic those same depression moments. Oh, follow me.
Others drown. When someone tries to manipulate you now,
And it goes deep. So now, with that being in the norm, which means that any alliance, because it's a spiritual alignment, when people involve themselves in those tactics that go against those people that are strategically that's implementing things that their ancestors went through, this is spiritual ties now, not just some random, just thing you did,
they don't understand that you learn to breathe down
that you
there.
gain money
You're
doing
not
it too.
afraid of the deep
It's like,
anymore.
imagine that you gained money and lost spiritual debt, and now you in spiritual debt.
You are the deep. Here's the truth about what they called love. They dressed everything
It's
up
like
as loyal.
most people that don't believe in spirituality don't realize, no matter if you believe it or not, it's true. Because at some point you gotta answer to your spiritual debt. Because look, it don't matter how much money you get in this realm. What matters is what you did to gain the spiritual uh, currency that you get in the spiritual realm, to where you get favored in a different way. Because they don't use that money system like the Tartarians did.
And family, words that make hearts
And it's
soften
like nothing you
and
could do.
guards drop.
So at this
You
point, we saving ourselves to the baby brotherhood,
believed it because you wanted
because you in
belonging.
alignment. Because I know a lot of them watch my videos too. You in alignment uh, of gaining your inheritance spiritually. Because according to the Tartarian Empire, everything we do gives us spiritual money, that they created that thought theory of it, and then the colonizers that were obsessed with them mud flooded them and took their knowledge and twisted against you, against you, against you.
But beneath the surface was something darker. What they called love
They didn't
was
want you to
actually
carry
a
those
ritual, a
Tartarian
performance designed to
investments,
keep you trapped and
spiritual
small. You
investments.
were never meant to grow beyond certain boundaries. They were grooming you for
So
sacrifice.
imagine this: those homeless people that live with integrity can be more spiritually rich than a rich person based off their way of living and the things they do. According to the Tartarian Empire that created electricity with no money and no tools.
Slowly, while they smiled and pretended everything was for your good, you didn't see it at first. Their whispers of "we care" sounded comforting, but your discernment caught what your mind couldn't accept. You began seeing the pattern. Every concern
In
was a
those
leash.
Tartarian empires, everybody was queens. All the men were kings. But here, there's a superiority, or if I'm saying it right, level of who you can be. And it don't even have to be like this. Why doesn't that concern people? Why do you want to gain so much power over people that you don't want them to gain the same as you? Because we can, without any money involved.
Every help was a trap.
Thank you.
Every love was a mask.
Confirmation.
They weren't building you up. They were tearing you down
Mm.
bit by bit, all while they convinced you.
Those tribes that are organized after these Tartarian empires, to the researchers that are researching the Tartarian Empire. This is a discernment, and it's only for entertainment, of course. But I know that it aligns with things that they try to research on. So these tribes that formed after these Tartarian empires collapsed, tried to gain the knowledge of how those Tartarian empires operated and were able to provide to a civilization and be able to even allow those colonizers to be able to even share it with them. They study the the universe and how we give to each other because we are a part of the universe. So they figured if we could if we could implement a way of giving back to the land and being able to utilize it just in the same way that they utilize the animals that were sick and died because they didn't hunt according to Tartary empires. They didn't hunt these animals. They use it as a ritual when they ate it. They didn't do it for fun or pleasure, just like marijuana. Okay, I'm doing too much.
This was devotion. It wasn't loyalty. It was control. It wasn't family.
Because they
It was a
studied
cage. The
the
knife they were
intentions behind
preparing
everything,
wasn't
not just
metaphorical.
eating.
It was the slow
Because you
death
are
of your
what you eat,
potential,
which
your
means everything you do affects you. They
dreams,
knew
your
this.
peace. They
So
want
we really ain't helping ourselves, even to the richest people in the world that's not living like the Tartarian Empire. Because money doesn't have any value to them. Because they know that money is the worst thing that we could ever use because it's all about intentions and that money is dirty. That's what dirty money come from, allegedly.
wanted you to believe they had your best interest at heart, so you wouldn't resist. But your awakened eyes saw through it all. You
It's
recognized
like
the
all of
ritual.
this for what? Because when everybody have, we all have our judgment day. You do all of this for what? You get all this money in this world for what? And you may say only broke people talk like this, but I've had money and I've been homeless. I got it again and been homeless. So I know, and I still say that money doesn't have any value to me because of course I want to utilize it for my life, but I don't care to have it. I could live a simplistic life because I know that everything I do blesses me, favors me. I get storefuls, and maybe that's how these people thought because this really what was happening to them. So imagine if we were all in that alignment, we could manifest more. But everybody a part of this plot to drain people of their spiritual sense. And
Sacrifice
yeah,
disguised as
confirmation.
support, submission wrapped in smiles and empty promises. This revelation shook your foundation, but it set you
But
free.
I
Once
believe,
you
let's say this, I believe it stirred from a point where most people didn't want other people to feel some type of way. Back during this time of mud floods and stuff like this, back with our ancestors, ancient ancestors, y'all. They, I believe people felt some type of way and wanted everybody to feel equal because everybody don't carry this bloodline. But it was because of the the tactics that were used on these empires that caused this big manipulation amongst a whole civilization to the point where they needed to even do this. Follow me though. Follow me.
saw their truth, you stopped playing their game. You stopped giving power away disguised as love. That's when you began to truly live. The knife was meant to kill your spirit, but discernment saved you. You survived the ritual. You shattered their illusion.
Yeah.
Now you walk away.
In the beginning of this life, I told you it was a really big ritual. A really big ritual, I could tell. And the fact that people involve themselves in the ritual itself because they don't know what was stemmed from, they don't know where it stemmed from, to the point where the people that sent them to do the same certain things they made them do, even if it was like highly veiled to where it looked natural, they involved them in that a ritualistic tactic, y'all. That was done there, and people wonder why they have these sudden mood swings and these sudden spiritual karma happening amongst their family members and loved ones because you getting the karma that they have caused, and they guarantee you that they get it themselves even harder.
A unbroken, wiser, and fiercely alive. Star seeds. They never expected this. The technology used to suppress
It's all
consciousness
about
has been
energetic
reverse
karma.
engineered, and Destiny Engine is the
This is a
result.
hot, this is a
What
very, very vital, interesting topic to research about energetic karma because it'll change your whole way of living in life. Even when you broke, homeless, living in a cardboard box, you will live rich. I'm being funny,
was once used against humanity
but
is
literally,
now your ascension weapon.
it's
You
like
can
you
now
could be a
MK
bum and
Ultra
feel.
yourself
Oh
into
man,
5D superpowers. Destiny Engine
oh that
bypasses this. The technology used to suppress consciousness has been reverse engineered, and Destiny Engine is the result. What was once used against humanity is now your ascension weapon. You can now MK Ultra yourself into 5D
confirmation,
superpowers. Destiny Engine bypasses
confirmation.
the conscious mind
And
and
to the chosen ones, that's the only way you can survive the tactics enough to bypass things and get yourself right to do some whatever you need to do is because you are manipulating the MK Ultra yourself to these people that are emitting these frequencies your way. This is their theory after it don't work. Like she's just how the fuck does she do that type shit in a way?
writes the source code
Or
directly.
how
Reality
was he able to finesse? That was a lot we did this time type shit. Yeah, because most of the time you could tell that they have it really high emitting frequencies to where you're disoriented to where now your heart rate is high. This is some illegal shit, y'all. Some real dark shit because it ain't about just using that technology. It's about harvesting their energy. This is why I always talk about this.
faster, synchronicity stack, your nervous system upgrades to
So
a
look,
higher bandwidth. Put on
confirmation.
headphones, press play.
And I told you, implementing the hertz, 432 I like to use, or but just any in that 4,000 range, I would say. And this is why I see, well, I don't know about other ones, but I notice when I click on certain videos in my notification, that's what it say on the clip. That's just what I'm saying. But when I listen to those high vibrating hertz sounds, whether it's lullabies, whether it's uh just videos like this or music, that and you could tell right away that this is definitely high ways of just hertz, and it calms your nerves. It works through your nerves. This is why allegedly most of the music entertainment is corrupt because they like to implement these frequencies that fuck up their whole day, and you wonder why these people that listen to these certain songs drive around angry and shit. But I'm doing too much.
That's all. For $1, you switch sides of history. Click the link in the description. The takeover is
And I
internal.
actually have a membership
Now
on one of these channels.
understand what
I
this
think
really
it's this
was.
channel.
This wasn't bullying. It was
I think it's
spiritual
99 cents.
initiation.
See, look, I don't usually become members of nothing when people do this because I feel like knowledge is free. I do it when I feel like I need to tip you,
Disguised as social
but
rejection.
I'm not
A
asking nobody
brutal
to tip
rite of
me, and
passage
nobody
few
forcing me to tip
understand
them.
until survival happens.
I do it on my
What the
own. You can't
world
force
called
me to do nothing.
humiliation was the beginning of your anointing. Real
But
elevation
that's how
often
those Tartarian empires worked. They knew it was about intention. It's all about the reason you doing things.
comes wrapped in public shame.
It
The
ain't
deeper
actually
the
what you
fall,
did.
the
The
higher the
money was
rise. You didn't
non and void.
stumble
It was
into
about
this.
why you did
You
it
were chosen
that
for
mattered.
it, coded for it, designed to carry it. When they singled you out, excluded you, tried to
Shit,
break
I know this when I help people when I know that they need it, cause I'll never like you. I could never let a person hustle me. I'm always been called mean, but I do give too much. People tell me that you can't give everybody everything, but the thing is, I'm not giving too much. What I'm doing is really investing in my own energy because at this point I'm doing it because I think that person really need this shit. So I know that when I really need some shit, some shit gonna drop in my lap because based off experience.
you down publicly. It wasn't random cruelty. It was deliberate spiritual separation.
Confirmation
Most people are built to blend in, to follow crowds,
and
to
be
play
adaptive.
safe. But you were never made for that mold. You were forged to stand apart, To walk the solitary path where royalty walks alone. The ritual was marking you as different, whether anyone knew it or not.
Because in a way it
That
does make
public
you
shame was the
adaptive
world
too,
trying to
because
silence your
most people
light,
won't be able to
but it
survive the
amplified
things they
everything
do.
instead.
Understand that these people put you in situations where it could look like it was self-sabotage. Depending on the situation and the intent of it, it could look like you s yourself when they really did that shit.
When they pushed
It'll
you
look like
out,
there was gang activity when it was they was really the gang that did that
you
shit.
learned to
Follow me
lean
though.
into yourself in ways others never have to.
whether
You develop
whether they sit that gang member or not, because most people I see all of these agents in the comments now, oh, he was known to have problems, but what we didn't talk about the fact that those problems stem from this corrupt organization, because I'm seeing this shit happen to me, and people label that shit as natural fucking situations
resilience that only
or
comes
natural
through
reactions or
isolation,
me making poor
clarity
decisions.
that only comes through rejection, strength that only forges in
But
humiliation.
with those tactics being done that way, it exposed, like I said, self-exposed the operation more than so of the person, because it's like a FBI trial. These people are trying to get the operatives part of it instead of just the main guy that's running around. They want the like a mob tie. They want to get the mob tie, bitch. And we're in the knowing now,
Fire.
and that's
This was
confirmation.
your invitation to ascend, not as a victim, but as a
That's
warrior,
why I speak about
a
the
leader,
Rico
a
trials and Rico
chosen
trials
one.
and Rico
The
trials.
pain
It's
is
just like a
real.
bunch of roaches. There's gonna be a bunch of Rico trials, bunch of Rico trials. It's like there's gonna be a whole opera of cases that we gonna see online. Follow me.
But it's also a crucible, refining your spirit, separating gold from dross. They wanted to make you
This is
invisible.
where the panic
The
come from.
result was making you unforgettable. You were never meant to be just another
All of the
face. You
audits,
were
all of the stripped fundings, all of that it align after the tactics are done.
coded to stand
And this
alone.
is where the panic
And
come
in
from.
that solitude, you found your throne. They used that label like a weapon.
See, when you
Paranoid,
notice that, you can manipulate they MK Ultra ass.
emotional, sensitive,
And
delusional.
that's why I say,
Those
in a way,
words weren't
when you
honest
survive this shit, you
descriptions.
have
Those were shields protecting their
survived MK
fragile
Ultra in a way
illusions.
that you
They
manipulated
threw
that shit.
those words at you not
So in the
because they
same
believed.
sense, you MK Ultra they ass with the same technology when you bypass their tactics and their deployments of decoys and decoy situations, decoy orders, decoy neighbors. All that shit are intertwined, y'all. But spiritually, I'm more concerned because these people get spiritual ties. I don't really care about the judicial side, y'all.
But because they feared your clarity, your ability
The
to see through
ancestors
their
allowed
lies
to
was
use me to get them
intolerable.
that message.
Calling you crazy was their isolation
Thank you, Father.
strategy, cutting you off before anyone could hear
Thank you,
your
Granny.
side. Ancient tactics.
Mm, mm.
Discredit the
And talk about ancient Kemet. I had a dream I was in Texas and everybody had on their shirts Kemet, Texas. And then I seen the video. Oh God, I shouldn't have said this. Why am I saying this? There was a video of somebody saying that Texas was really ancient Kemet, which means that Siberia, because they're saying that Texas was also Africa. Allegedly, this is for research, which means that all of this shit was America. And then people use these dumbass gang wars because that was a gang tactic. They just didn't realize they were a part of gangs. That was a gang tactic. And now these baby gangs that feel like, oh, I gotta join the gang to be able to be in this neighborhood, because allegedly most of these guys only join gangs for protection. It's another survival tactics. But I'm doing too much.
messenger so the message dies. But your so-called crazy was really
And
their
yeah,
code.
and talking about crazy, they call you crazy for knowing this stuff, but don't realize the joke's really on us, because the fact that they made these projects, I'm doing quotation marks, these projects that they even told you were projects were being fucking strategically set up for your downfall. And they knew that most of these young guys that somehow became part of these brotherhoods, in their lives somewhere down the line, they knew that they were going to do that because they know they had to use fear mongers to make them think they needed protection. When they tricked them to go against their own spiritual depth, and now they lose all of their spiritual investments and don't have nothing after this realm. Allegedly, based off the stuff that I researched about these Tartarian empires, it started from the Tartarian empires, y'all. Go ahead and reach that. This just has a lot to do with these targeted individuals, y'all. And this is where it stemmed from, because the tribes, I'm learning now, are part of them of the aftermath of these mud floods. They tried to fucking yeah.
For we can't control you. They hated that you wouldn't fall in line, that your discernment was too
But because the knowledge was lost, everybody were left confused and on their own survival journey.
sharp. You didn't
Ooh,
just question their
confirmation.
stories, you saw
Confirmation.
through the cracks
And
and
anybody
refused
that
to
asks too
protect.
many questions could have inherited these genetic and this is why it was important. Why did Allegedly, this is why it was important to get people to, to go to these hospitals, sorry y'all, but to get their DNA. They wanted to see who are traced back to those Tartarian empires, y'all. It's
Now
beyond
they're
organ
silent.
it's beyond organ harvesting because allegedly has a lot to do with these people being targeted. Now these organs are already on market, and they have investors that's already making bids allegedly. And on the dark web, people information is being exposed based off what I researched and based off what people told me.
Is loudest. Fear disguised as calm. They're quiet
And it
because truth
explains why you see certain people behaviors when they're in your vicinity, because it's meant to make you do things that self-sabotage you to get you in situations so that they could do this, and eventually they will do this. But let's speak about the spiritual that they get first, so that we put it in the room first, y'all. So after that, it's like mama I made it type of effect, like a Tartarian empire effect.
is on your side, and their grip is slippery. Silence can't hide the cracks anymore.
A lot of
They label
information for research purposes. I'm noticing a lot of information that you noticing in my joints, and my you noticing me keep clearing my throat. I feel like the radiation has a lot to do with.
you crazy to hide their weakness, but your
It
sanity is the mirror
explains, allegedly for research purposes, YouTube, it explains a lot of the cancer patients,
reflecting their
because
lies, and that
inflammation
reflection
allegedly has
terrifies them
ties to
more than
cancer.
anything. Watch what happened with your restraint.
And which means that I've just solved the reason why most of these Tartarian descendants are prone to cancer.
They mistook your silence, your calm, your choice not to engage for
Allegedly, because
your
it's being
restraint
it's being documented whose genetic chromosomes carry this trait,
wasn't surrender,
right?
it was
But
strategy. Pure
why don't people ask questions? Who are the people that carry it? We never heard about them. We just heard that there's people that carry certain. You understand why they never told you that shit. But then people don't understand that most of them that they use to go against some of us that have more of a spiritual investment, and that's why they invest in it. Being sarcastic, realize they also share that trait. They just may have a semi correlation to that shit. They don't really, they just do the bare minimum tactics on them. Like I said, most people don't get certain levels and tiers of the tactics they use on them, like high level stuff they use on people that got rich assets, y'all.
calculated strategy. You
Yeah,
didn't need
confirmation.
to throw punches. You didn't need to shout accusations. You observed. You collected
Yeah,
evidence with
because
your
I'm noticing, and I seen a video. It's so funny. That's why I love these apps and being able to see people that you know and that you cross paths with. I actually seen a guy that I met in this town, and he never told me that he is actually fucking rich. This guy, like I noticed, he always felt bad for me with his gestures, with everything, but he was so sweet. And I noticed he was being targeted right away. I noticed because based off his stories when he would vent about families and what they did, like, God damn, that sounds like some shit motherfuckers do to me. And I didn't realize that this guy was actually a part of a private investigator uh organization, y'all. And he was documenting stuff people did. And this was the brotherhood. Let them know you never know who's investigating you.
eyes and heart. You let truth do the heavy
That's to the
lifting.
neighbors. And to all, I gotta say this because they like to listen to me and do shit, little petty shit. And when I've always been nice, and my chest hurt. I've always been nice and kind to everybody I meet. Let them understand that they using you against you, not just me.
You were an investigator in plain sight,
Replay what I
watching
just
their
said
every
to these
move,
guys.
every slip,
They're using
every
you
hidden
against you
motive
and me.
revealing itself. You saw
Because
through their
when these RICO trials get exposed, because at some point they get in trouble, what happens to you? You get thrown under the fucking bus.
masks,
Oh yes.
noted their inconsistencies, stored
Why
everything
again?
like a
Ask
secret
yourself, why do
ledger.
you want to be a
While
part of
they
this?
tried to trap you in drama,
Or they
you
tried
were
to trap
building your
you in your own drama. Confirmation.
case silently. You understood something profound.
Because
Sometimes
uh at the end of the day, these things that they say about these people, that they're telling you that we need to clear the community, we have to cleanse and purge, you know what I'm saying, they're dripping blood, bad blood, you know what I'm saying, I'm just being sarcastic, because they tell them just funny shit, right, that don't make sense, and that's not even the truth. Maybe most of the times the proof they show them be stuff that they strategically put in their path, y'all. So this is why all of this stuff needs to be researched, and a lot of cases that got swept under the rug needs to be dug the fuck up and researched.
the loudest
Oh yeah.
power comes not from noise, but from
But
steady,
that's what people like
unshakable
me and you
truth
do
waiting to be
when we
revealed.
expose this
They
shit. Don't
thought
worry
you were
about what they do
powerless because your
when they
reactions
retaliate
didn't
against
match
you,
their
because
expectations.
it
They assumed
self-exposed
your
the
silence
operation
meant
and where the
defeat,
tactics came
but your
from. So
silence was the
now
calm.
those people involved are aligned and in alignment, that they get some type of by, you know what I'm saying, accomplished. You a part of the RICO case, and now these people find themselves one day they up, and oh god, they facing a RICO case,
Before the storm,
allegedly.
the quiet confidence of someone knowing
And
truth
that's when they
doesn't.
find out too late. I joined an organization that never really had my protection to begin with. And that's what it come from, these guys that start talking about it aftermath after getting sabotaged, because they realized they were tricked. Yeah.
Forcing.
They
It
feel
surfaces on its own timeline.
punked.
You
They feel tried. I could get so many examples.
trusted time was on your side, so you
Look,
played the long game. Now truth is
confirmation.
coming out exactly as you knew it would, surfacing in conversations, in whispered confessions, in undeniable facts they can't.
So the whole time I told you, uh, I know they be listening to me. So the guy was sitting in the car the whole time, apparently, because I could see his car from here, and I didn't see you get in at all. So which means you was in there this whole time. And when I said that about the neighbors, he roared his engine, because it was another panic mode right there. It was a sign of panic.
Hide. Best part, you haven't lifted a finger. The more they buried it, the more it bubbled up. Unstoppable, undeniable. Your restraint
It's
wasn't
because
weakness,
it was
it was wisdom.
self-exposure. Most of the time we don't have to do nothing, because they self-expose themselves, y'all. Literally.
And it's winning.
Because of
You
these
went through
warriors that's
humiliation's fire
investigating this
and
stuff,
lived,
and
but you weren't
providing this
just a
information
victim.
to
You
these
were an eyewitness to their
superior circuit courts, that these people that are being targeted are in situations that were set up for them. So it's because of them that we're the knowing now. And I promise y'all, you're gonna see this online. You gonna see a movie explode online about these corrupt organizations, and I promise you they're going down. Whether
whole
I'm here to see it
operation.
or not.
You saw
And if I'm
exactly
not here
how
to see,
their
if I'm not here to see it, make sure y'all do me that one little credit, and I don't give a fuck if I get money off of it, because I probably won't be here to get it. Make sure you tell them, yeah, they did this shit to her, and she told y'all this.
cycle worked. Isolate the target, tear them
They
down
they're
with
gonna be
ridicule,
exposed in
twist
my
their
name
mind with manipulation,
globally,
then act
because
like
of
precious
everything I've
savior when
already
cracking
submitted.
happens.
See,
It's a
look,
calculated
let's
system
pause it.
designed to break.
Let's pause it while he's roaring his engine. So, because of everything they self-exposed by, based off feelings and emotions, based off the things they didn't like about me, they exposed the operations behind what they were able to implement, especially involving these technologies and these people that have this software in their homes, and they like that guy sitting there right now. So that proves that he was the one that was shooting EMF my way, because that explains you was sitting there this whole time, and that's the car that was driving around. I kept telling y'all there was my neighbor that kept following me. That's him. So,
Spirits and maintain control. A program running on autopilot, but you
and he's leaving
refused
now.
to be the broken link. You did
You can hear him in the distance. He gone now.
just survive. You understood. You peeled back their layers
Oh,
and
no,
decoded the
he wrote on
ritual
my
in
block
real
now.
time.
I told
You
you I
saw
can't make
their
this up.
patterns, how they fed on shame to keep people
Self-exposure.
trapped. Their system depends on
And there's
silence,
an
confusion, and
investigator behind
eroded
him.
self-worth.
So,
But your clarity cut through like a blade. You recognized their love was a weapon, their loyalty was a
I shouldn't have
leash,
said that.
their concern was a
Sorry, I
trap.
won't do that
Now
no
you
more.
hold something more powerful than
See,
just
it's
your
like
ego.
protecting the monks. We protect the investigators. Don't fall for those agents in the comments that's talking about these people that's investigating corruption and say, oh, they're don't fall for it. Let's protect them like they monks because everybody don't have the the guts and bones and strength to go against a whole corrupt system
You hold the blueprint,
like Trump.
the manual for dismantling toxic cycles.
Confirmation.
Your experience isn't just a pain story, it's a map showing
See,
others how to spot.
a lot of my chosen ones, they see the tactics and the campaigns done, and they fall for the bribe, and they think that Trump is against us. Oh no, Trump is a part of those Tartarian empires. Somebody done gave him the sauce because he went completely fuck y'all.
Traps, resist manipulation, walk out without losing
Sorry, I shouldn't have
themselves.
said that.
Your survival is a beacon, a guide for those still caught in the program, showing the
And
way
they know
out.
it. It's like at some point they felt like, and this is a tarot reading YouTube. At some point, it's like the tactics done at the golf course and all that weak shit the Brotherhood did when they did that to him. It's like in a way they was saying you're a traitor. Oh yeah. Oh, but I'm saying too much. Oh yeah.
You transform
And his message was, bitch, I'm never surrendering.
what should have destroyed you into power and knowledge. That's the real victory. The program that tried controlling you now has a
Don't
crack,
fall for the
a
bait.
vulnerability exposed by your resilience.
Don't fall for the bait.
Your story isn't about
Read
making
between
it
the
true.
lines.
It's about breaking the cycle for everyone coming
Oh,
after
see,
you.
look. Confirmation. What this guy, since we talking about President Trump, and this is not, I'm not a politician, and I'm not, definitely, I don't do what people do. It's just based off observation, and it's very obvious. Like, y'all, this guy is doing something for everybody when he in these corrupt organizations, when he dismantled them from the core operative person from the top and took them down and said, hey, no, we got to do this over. It was in a way to help rich, poor, broke, meat, martyred, you know what I'm saying, for everybody, because it was gonna be like a pyramid scheme that would relieve everybody. Because you hear everybody say, I'm not paying for no food stamps, I'm not paying to feed nobody, you taking my money out of my check, I'm not doing this, I'm not paying for your Medicaid, I don't care if you live, allegedly, because that's what you say when you say that. When he did what he did in the future, you're gonna see it real quick, you won't need to say that shit, because you might not have taxes no more. That might be a day in the future, and this is a spiritual read. You didn't tax me for that. You know how they don't tax on food stamps? I believe that one day you're gonna go to the store and it's not gonna be no tax because of Trump. And then these traders that call him traders gonna switch up and realize, because they see the relief in their pocket and their funds, and say, oh shit, what have we done? And that's gonna be an exposure moment when this program is abolished globally online. Oh man, to the point where YouTube will gain, Facebook will gain, and even though we know where Facebook came from, Facebook will be more of a journal like it should be, because Facebook is really a nice app, y'all. Instagram, TikTok, uh, won't be manipulated, because actually when TikTok was made, it was like a creative site, y'all, and I believe that's why Trump jumped in and people missed it. We all missed it, but they campaigned him like, look what he's doing now. He's fucking up your fun, when all the while he know what they done.
Just survive the humiliation ritual.
Confirmation.
You became the blueprint for freedom itself. They invested so much energy into destroying you. They coordinated attacks. They held meetings about you. They develop
It's because they
strategy
don't
about
want people to have their own minds to think what they see based off what they see, based off, they want people to fall for the motives behind the things they do, because it's all about energy harvesting. This what this whole video about. This shit is about energy harvesting. I'm noticing it because they get me into a state that where I gotta meditate heavy and block out the outside noise so that they won't put me into depression. And I notice why they do it, surrounding issues, so that they could make it look like self-sabotage, because she's going through a lot when really they're taking me through a lot. Oh,
how to take you down most effectively.
confirmation.
They made you their project, their mission, their focus,
Which means
and
this is
after
like
all that
this was like a psychological evaluation experiment. And if I'm saying it wrong, but I believe when I researched this is a highly illegal. Like, this is violating HIPAA.
investment, after all that energy spent, after all those
This
resources
this
deployed,
is bigger
you're
than
stronger
HIPAA
than you were
violations.
before
This
they
is
started.
violating the fact
That's
that
not
you're
just
researching
failure,
like a
that's
clinical
complete
trial with
reversal.
non-consent.
They didn't just fail to break you,
Ooh.
they accidentally forged you into something more powerful, and now they're dealing with something
Which
they never
means, not when it affects me, it affects the people that they implement in those tactics too. Therefore, that's why I say it's gonna be like a war of trials online, because so many people are affected by this and they don't even know.
prepared for. The person they targeted for destruction is walking around as living proof that their
Confirmation.
power wasn't as real as they
Confirmation, because what
pretended.
I said is most people don't get to a point where they can survive this long, because they put them in situations where they end up in jail, because they coerce situations and falsely imprison them, put them in situations where they got to defend themselves and make it look like they had more intentions behind them, when really they sent these things in. And this stuff is being exposed, y'all.
You're a
I
walking
promise you,
contradiction to their narrative. You're
whether I'm
evidence
here to
that their
see it,
system can
I
be
promise you, y'all
survived,
gonna see
that
this
their
online.
attacks can be endured, that their worst efforts can be
Because of
overcome.
these
And
warrior
other people are
investigators
starting to
that
notice.
never
Other people are
surrendered.
starting
I
to
love
ask
that.
questions. If they
I
did
love
all
that.
that to you and you're still standing,
You
maybe
know what?
their
I love
power
that
was
for
never
you.
real.
To those
Maybe their control was
investigators, I
always
love that
theater.
for you.
Maybe their ability to destroy was
It says
always
a lot about you
overestimated.
and where you going
This is
as
what
far as
terrifies them
spiritual karma.
most. You're not just surviving,
Because you're not
you're
just helping,
exposing them simply.
one person or yourself, you helping the whole civilization, because when you do these things, you help them to not be affected by these things again. Or even if they haven't gone through, you make sure that the future generations don't experience this when you expose corruption like this. So therefore, you spiritually invest in your own karma, because we get karma good and bad. So it's we might as well be good to people. Like, don't worry about them. It's all about us.
By existing,
To these brotherhood
every day
boys.
you wake up strong. You're dismantling their mythology. Every time someone sees you thriving, their legend dies a little more. You've become the
I like to say this while the train there. I notice that every time I get housing programs, or just things, they move me by trains, y'all. Maybe to the researchers, I'm saying this for research purposes. I realize that other people, when I see these stories on TikTok, that's why I love these apps, or YouTube or Facebook. I notice when these targeted individuals that claim that they're being targeted always say the same thing, and I hear that train in the background. There's a reason why that it sends off EMF. It sends off EMF, the sounds, because it give off a certain hertz. Follow me.
thing they feared most. Not an
Meant
enemy
to
who fights them
disorient you,
directly,
for the
but
MK Ultra
someone
to
who
be
proves
effective.
they can be overcome simply by refusing to
So
stay
when they
down.
when they employ these raiders and these people that's supposed to rate these certain devices, they don't these some of these. So I say most of these people do this unknowingly. They don't even know what they're doing. So when you talk about this shit, they're like, "What the fuck is that bitch talking about?" When really they set you right next to that bitch to do that shit, employed you and paid your ass. Now you are spiritually tied to them. This is
Watch
what I
what
want to tell
happens when
people.
people who tried to destroy you realize you're unbreakable. First comes shock, pure disbelief that their plan didn't work. They
This is
check
what I
and
want to tell
double
these
check
brotherhood
their
boys, y'all.
methods. Did we
They're
do everything
tied
right?
to
Did we
everything
miss
they do to
something?
people.
How is this
Not
person
just me.
still
You
functioning?
tied to it.
Then
We
comes
got
the
to change our
questioning,
way of living.
the doubt that
Oh,
creeps.
because we in the, what is it, the 250, I'm talking about 250-year marking. of the segregation of the Tartarian Empire, y'all. That means this is alignment now. Everything has to go back where it needs to go, which means that exposure is going to naturally happen. There's nothing we could do. So we better off just being cordial through everything, making it cordial way of living. Oh yeah, because it's all about you.
Into their confidence. If we couldn't
Let's
break
doing
someone
that
like them,
energetic,
who can we
because
actually break?
according to the Tartarian Empire, we naturally give off those frequencies. These brotherhood organizations, they know this. That's where the technology idea came from.
Was our
Oh, but
power
I'm doing too
always
much.
this limited? Have we been fooling ourselves all along?
That's where the
Then
MK
comes
Ultra
something
came from, because they realized those empires realized that they could manipulate depression, they could manipulate gestures, they could manipulate by just saying certain things, and these people mimicked that shit and made it into software. Just real sad shit.
need to understand clearly. They start fearing
I'm
you,
getting too
not
personal
because you threaten
because it's
them,
disgusting
not
to me.
because you're coming after them, but because you represent
Yeah, I'm
something
getting
they can't
personal because
control.
it's
You're
disgusting as
proof
fuck
that
to me.
chosen ones can
After
survive
being
their
in and
worst
knowing,
attacks.
it's
You're
disgusting to you.
evidence that discernment wins over
It's like
deception.
fuck if people understand this shit and believe that shit. Bitch, to me, this shit disgusting as fuck, because the fact that they able to coerce that shit to make it look natural as fuck, it's disgusting.
You're a living example that spiritual strength
All right, I
outmatches
got it.
manipulative tactics,
Yeah,
and this
man.
fear makes them dangerous in a new way.
And in my
Because now
mind,
they're not
exactly
attacking to
that's how
break you,
I view
they're
them.
attacking to validate themselves.
Yeah,
They need you to fail eventually to prove they're still
because it's all
powerful.
about
They need
energy
you to crack
harvesting, taking
somewhere
your
down the
energetic
line to reassure themselves that their
investments,
methods
because you
work,
can
just
manipulate that,
slower than
and they
expected.
know this,
Let me show you
and they do
something
it to
about the
people
questions
unknowingly.
they're asking behind closed doors. How is this person not destroyed? How are they functioning?
It's what they
How are they
ask
moving forward?
when they strategically say things to me, as in, we just fucked your ass up, because like I said, at that point I had done discovered a way to manipulate the MK Ultra when they send it my way, because I could feel it happening. I could see me getting moody. I could feel myself, and I have to, just redirect myself. But in that moment of redirection is when they realize the technology failed, pretty much.
How are they
Confirmation.
maintaining peace? And the
Even
scariest
while it was
question of
working,
all,
it failed
what if our power was never as
to
real as
them.
we believed? These
Even if
questions
they
eat
could
at
get
them.
me to act out, that it failed to them because it still didn't go in the direction they needed it to go. Understand, needed it. Emphasis on needed it to go, because it's all about energy harvesting.
Because they built their entire identities on being able to break people, on being able to control
And
narratives,
according to
on
these
being able to
empires, you should
determine
never
who
play with
succeeds and
energy,
who fails in their
never play
circles.
with people
But you've
energy.
disrupted
So
that
imagine
entire
you aligning
identity.
yourself in that
You're the
energy
person who
behind those
survived their
tactics. You,
verdict. You're the one who walked away
oh
from their
man,
sentence.
powerful.
You're the evidence that
These
their
people better
judgments aren't
start
final.
getting in
And that
alignment,
makes you
because it's
dangerous
all
in
about
ways
them.
they never anticipated.
All right, let
Not
me.
because you're attacking them, but because you're proof that they can be survived. You're a testimony they can't silence.
It's
You're a
like how
witness they
they take you
can't
through so
discredit.
much, and
Here's
then you
what
still have the kindness to try to help them through it. Because literally, when they take me through stuff, I still give back, not allowing it to just make me them. And that's that to the ancestors and the angels in the room. They look at me different. It's just like a quote I got from Facebook, and my granny said, keep your kindness and your softness is how I can identify you from here. That's how the angels view us. Yeah.
your strength is doing right now to everyone who
Yeah, shout out to
participated in
Facebook.
your humiliation. It's making them uncomfortable with themselves. Because deep down, conscience hasn't completely died in most people, and seeing someone they targeted for
See, look, I'm
destruction.
big on saying that this stuff don't really come per se from apps. I'm not gonna single none out, but I said Facebook because a lot of us, we heard these sayings that Facebook is owned by the feds and stuff, but we don't realize that it's really a algorithm that they use. So it's like a robot. It can actually be good to people that have good light, and turn on people with bad light, because it end up knowing too much. And that's what happens with these apps, y'all. So, but the fact that most of these corrupt people run it don't realize it's really a weapon against them at some point. Oh, follow me though, but it's gonna actually prove that a lot of these people are employed. So it's not really the corporations or the businesses, it's the people that are working there.
only
Understand? You want to know why most jobs you got to get an invite? Ask yourself that. Let me just hold it right there.
surviving, but thriving creates cognitive dissonance they can't resolve. Either they were wrong about you, or they're wrong
What I
about
notice about
themselves.
most chosen ones, it's hard for them to get a job, and if they do got a job, they got to keep finding one because it's these people are set up at these businesses, y'all. It's not the business.
Either you didn't deserve what they did,
Yeah.
or they're not the good people they pretend to be. Most will choose to double down on their narrative about you rather than face the truth about themselves. But that doubling down
Okay.
comes from a place of desperation now, not power. They're not attacking from strength.
Mm-mm.
They're defending from
Right.
weakness.
Because like I said,
They're
it's a
not
sign
trying
of
to
panic.
prove you're bad.
Confirmation,
They're
baby.
trying to prove they're not monsters. And the harder they
You know,
try,
I be
the
looking
more obvious
forward
it
to
becomes
these,
that
y'all.
they're
I be
trying to
looking forward
convince
to my
themselves more than
notifications, y'all. I
anyone
always
else.
use it like a
You
lottery
don't
system.
break the way
So
normal
it's gonna
people
be in
break,
alignment every
not
time.
because you have superhuman strength, but because you're connected to something they don't understand. You
Mm,
draw strength from a
makes sense,
source they
baby.
can't cut off.
Let me
You
tell you,
receive direction from a voice they
that's the
can't drown out.
thing.
You find peace in a place they can't disturb, and that makes you
This
functionally
is
unbreakable.
this is exposure, y'all. I promise y'all, this is gonna be everywhere you go, everywhere you look. You're gonna see this stuff exposed. That's the depth of it.
By their methods. They can humiliate you publicly, but
Not
they
because
can't
just what
touch
I've
your
done
private
and what
peace.
because of the
They can
targets that
destroy your
I have
reputation,
documented this done,
but they can't
because it's
destroy your
spiritual
character.
alignment.
They can turn people
So those
against
are
you, but
tools
they
that we
can't turn
use.
you against yourself.
Oh yeah.
And that's what has them shocked
All right,
beyond
where's my
words.
other right?
They threw their best attacks and hit something they couldn't damage,
It's one of
like
those
punching
days,
a
y'all.
pillar of light. The light doesn't fight back. It doesn't need
I
to.
gotta roll
It
here.
just keeps shining. And eventually, everyone sees who was really in darkness. They're learning that the
I
system can
just
be
said that
survived,
everybody
that
is going
coordinated
to
attacks can be
see
endured,
this everywhere
that
they
public
go
humiliation
of what
isn't
was
the end
being
of the
done
story.
to these
They're
people that
watching you
have
and
been coming
thinking,
out
if they made
within
it through that,
these few
maybe I
years
can make it
talking
through
about
this.
these tactics
You've
that have
become
been
hope
done,
for people who
and
thought there was
it's
no
gonna
hope.
shock
You've become
everybody.
proof for people who needed
It's
proof.
gonna
You've
cure.
become a path for
Let's pause it real quick while I look for my rap. It's gonna prove so many things that people have said, so many things that people have done. It's gonna prove so many situations that happen. It's gonna cure so many situations and moments in relationships and situations because it's gonna be a moment of realization that it wasn't them. No matter what was done to them, no matter what they provided to make them look like certain things, it's gonna be in the knowing of it really wasn't them. It,
people who couldn't see the way out.
it was
And the
corruption.
people who tried to destroy you
It
know
was
this.
corruption.
They see their former power
There was an
evaporating
alliance.
every time
It's
someone
what
looks at
people
you
gonna
and gets
realize.
encouraged. They feel they're dying every time someone uses your example to stand up to them. You're
Mm.
not just
And
surviving.
that is confirmation, baby. Yes, because I got online last night and I was watching those Hallmark movies, crying with a smile, looking at people talking about what the fuck I've been talking about. I wrote a 4-page letter on a couple of their videos in the comments saying thank you so much for posting this. Because at that moment I'm like, God damn, this like a boomerang effect. People, this one girl was on there talking about exactly what I'll be talking about, and I'm talking about exposing it to where I'm talking about people are reporting this. That's when I realized how powerful we all are, because you never know who may go through this and decide to show proof of it, and they may have ties to some important people to be able to document and prove what you said and what happened to you. And that's what's been happening to me. That's what's been happening to you and so many other people that gonna be shocked when all of this blow out. and everybody gonna find out.
You're creating a
Everybody gonna
blueprint,
find out.
and that blueprint is being downloaded by
Yes.
everyone who's tired of living under
Confirmation.
their control. This is why they're so shocked. They
I
didn't
just
just
said
fail
it.
to break one person. They accidentally created a symbol,
Yes, sir.
a living testimony, a walking example that their worst fears are true.
I hate that
They're
I
not
can't crank my
invincible.
car up.
They're not
Y'all,
untouchable.
I gotta pause it. Do y'all believe these people really fucked with my car for back to back on some hater ass shit, man? A person can't be that envious of somebody to do some lame ass shit like that. From different cats to different guys they sent to different people that mess with my whip, all did it for jealous ass reasons, y'all. And let and help these people slow me the fuck down. Cause as you can see, it's slowing me down. I can't even hustle. That's the main reason. They was trying to, that's how I knew it wasn't none of these apps I was doing gig work with. Cause I used to think that because how things were strategically done, I realized it's the people, the decoys in the app, right? It's because they were implementing them to deactivate me all the time, doing certain tactics, just like when they do this with your families to isolate you from help. They did this with these apps, y'all, and these are lawsuits allegedly that these apps could pursue based off, what's being presented against these brotherhoods, and the brotherhoods know that. That's why they blackmail them. That's why they do certain things. That's why they sue them for allowing certain people and creators and things to happen on their apps, because it's a panic tactic, y'all.
Their
What the
power
hell is
isn't
this
as
app?
real as they need people to
Right,
believe. And you're the proof
confirmation.
walking around
That's what's gonna
destroying
be
their illusion.
exposed. That's the whole point. The exposure is not about the corporation being of known existence. It's the fact that, hey, they wasn't really a protection that like you intend, like they intended and told you. They never could protect you. They were only using you to do certain things for selfish reasons. Yeah, for a fight, for feeling, for based off feelings.
Just by existing
It
in
was all an
strength.
illusion.
Here's what
Like they
happens
said, they
next.
say to
They'll
us,
try to
it was really
minimize your
illusion. Their
strength.
power
They'll
system was
claim
an
you weren't
illusion. The
that hurt
monopoly
anyway.
system is an
They'll
illusion.
pretend they went easy on you. They'll
Allegedly.
rewrite history to make it seem like they didn't really try that hard. Because acknowledging that they gave you their best shot and failed means acknowledging something they can't psychologically handle. So watch for the revision, the attempt to change the narrative about what happened. That's not strength
Let me
on
put
their
this on
part.
charge.
That's damage control. That's fear wearing the mask of indifference. Your strength has them questioning everything they thought they knew about power. And that's exactly where they need to be. Confused, uncertain, doubting their own methods. Because people who are certain of their power will use it without hesitation. But people who've seen their power fail will hesitate, will second guess, will wonder if it's worth trying again. Your survival has put doubt where there used to be arrogant confidence, and that doubt protects the next person they might have targeted. You didn't just save yourself, you weakened their system for everyone who comes after you. That's what chosen ones do. You don't just escape the trap, you damage it on the way out so it can't catch others as easily. You don't just survive the attack, you expose their weapons so others know what they're facing. You don't just heal from the wounds, you become medicine for people with similar injuries. Welcome to your throne, chosen one. Your humiliation is over, your reign has just begun, and the shock on their faces as they watch you rise is just the beginning of what's coming. Because you're not done growing, you're not done healing, you're not done becoming. And every level you reach from here is another reminder that they never had the power to stop you. They only had the power to reveal what you were made of. And what you're made of is unbreakable,
Dang, I done
unshakable,
missed some of it. Some have to
unstoppable. They
probably gonna watch
questioned
this
your
again
strength
after I get off
and got
live.
their answer. You're stronger than anything they
Wow,
could ever throw at
finish
you.
what I'm doing
And
in
that's
the
a
house. I'm
lesson
making
they'll
some
never
pants.
forget. Your survival isn't just about you anymore.
Well, I'm not
Your
making
strength
pants.
isn't
I'm
just for you anymore.
bleaching some
Your peace
pants.
isn't just
Well, I
your
done
peace
bleached it
anymore.
already earlier.
Your peace isn't just your peace
So I
anymore.
want to see how
Your
they
peace
look once
isn't
they
just your
completely
peace
dry.
anymore. Your
And it's
peace
almost
isn't
dry.
just your peace anymore. Your peace isn't just your peace anymore. Your peace isn't survival durability fine.
Facts.
Why Wayne Coggins stole
And
peace.
that's confirmation itself, because I just said this on Facebook. I promise you, y'all, to somebody, we was on the topic of happiness, and I told them, listen, never aim for just happiness itself, because life is full of ups and downs, because naturally that's what the karmic give. So it's like when you put your intentions highly on something and it don't happen, now you depressed. What cures depression is having peace of mind, so that anything that happens gives you that lottery effect, even if you living under a bridge and you wonder why people that's homeless, you see them so happy and stuff, because it's all about how they live that gives them good favor. I
At the
promise
party
you.
you're in finds and not wait till dime when five. It's the
That's
powerful
why most
peace and
people are
host
fine with
made.
living off grids
You've become
and
the
places like that.
blueprint,
It's
the
everybody
map,
can't
the
survive off grid.
testimony, the
Only
proof,
people who
and
live in
everyone
alignment
who's
can.
still trapped in
That's facts.
systems you escaped is watching you, learning from you, drawing strength from you, finding hope through
Because
you.
the, allegedly, nature won't let them live there. Ooh, you see how I took that? Because they ain't investing in nature the way they live.
You survived what was
But
meant to
the people
break you
that's able to live
completely,
off grid, they
and
do
now
it
you're
every day
helping
in their
others
way of living.
survive what was meant to
The
break
way they
them.
recycle,
That's
the way
the
they
full
live,
circle.
and
That's the completion.
their
That's the
adaptiveness
purpose of everything you
allows them
went
to get
through.
that spiritual,
Not
that
just to
like,
save
or that
yourself,
spiritual
but
currency,
to
like the
light the way
Tartarian
for
Empire,
everyone still in the darkness you escaped. Your discernment
creating
saved your
electricity
life.
out of
Your
the nature
restraint
and things
proved your
they have.
strength.
Oh
Your
yeah,
silence spoke louder than words could. Your survival rewrote the story they
I
tried to
just
write
said
for you.
that.
This is your
Say
truth.
less.
This is your power. This is your testimony. You are the chosen one who refused to be broken, and your light will never be dimmed again.
That was confirmation, baby. Oh shit.
Chosen one. They've
Okay,
attacked you for
I
an
definitely
extremely
didn't
long time,
click
yet
this,
every
but
attempt
I'm a,
still failed
let me see.
miserably,
Chosen
and
ones, they
that
attack
truth
you for
just
an extremely
activated.
long time, but
This
you still
moment
failed.
closes the
But they
longest
still
war
failed
against your soul.
miserably.
From here, opposition weakens automatically. You move forward
I
unencumbered,
don't know. I let it play for a
protected
little
by
bit. That's
experience
Obsidian
they
on
accidentally
YouTube, and I'm
gave you.
always
Their
in
failure is
alignment with their
complete.
videos
Your
too.
path is now
Somehow,
unobstructed. Generations
you
ago,
are the
someone in
real
your
deal. They
bloodline
feel
made a
so
discovery
ashamed.
that
You got
changed
people
everything.
noticing up
This
real.
person uncovered the truth about your family's spiritual inheritance. You were meant to receive a legacy of
Okay.
power,
Okay.
wisdom, and divine
So
favor.
I had to reach out to a couple people and tell them I know about the inheritances. Back in 2016, 17, when I found out that I'm genetically inherited to some wills and deeds and assets
That
and
would
properties
culminate in you,
overseas,
not
y'all.
in anyone
This
else,
stuff, this
in
ain't
you.
alleged.
The river of
I
divine
never heard
power would
back from that family member that I told, and somebody else of like an attorney person person that I knew. They never reached back out to me. They just said they'll handle it and get me to get my stuff right. And they never. I look back on it like, oh, that's what that was about. So there's definitely inheritances behind most people being targeted in strategic ways, because it also forfeit that inheritance.
flowing through the generations, refining itself, strengthening itself,
Because
preparing
in a
itself
way
for
it's
the
like you
vessel it
paid
was
for that,
always meant to
that
fill.
you
Your
know, that's
vessel,
how they feel.
your
Again,
consciousness, your mission.
self-sabotage.
But instead of honoring
It's
this
all about the
sacred process,
energies,
a
energy
choice was
harvesting.
made that would echo
It's
through
like you paid in
lifetimes.
it.
The decision was to
That's
steal
where the
what was
saying
never meant
paved the
for
way came
others.
from.
Think
You
of a
paved the
relay
way.
race where the baton is being passed centuries. Each runner meant to carry it a little further, to refine the technique, to
Allegedly,
strengthen the
that's where the
foundation.
finance come from.
But
You
one runner
paying for that.
decides to keep the
That
baton, to
I'm saying
redirect
too
its
much.
momentum into a different life, to harvest the speed and power it carries
It's
for
oil
personal
harvesting
gain.
involved in it.
That's what happened to you. Your inheritance was
It's why
intercepted.
that oil farming little trend went popular. Follow me though.
An
It's the algorithm really exposing them. Oh,
entire system of energy harvesting was built
see,
around
look,
the theft.
confirmation.
Justification was created
Thank you,
around deserving
ancestors.
what was meant for you. And here's what you need to understand. This wasn't amateur
It's
hour
only because
magical
that was
thinking.
important.
These were sophisticated spiritual spiritual
Yeah,
manipulations that required deep knowledge of energy work, ancestral patterns,
that's
and soul
confirmation.
contracts. You were studied across multiple incarnations. Your weaknesses were mapped like cartographers charting.
It explains the clinical trials they would put my mama on for us. They was always sometimes 90% of the times that we had our appointments, I was the only one. They wouldn't, or I hear, my sister or my mom or somebody say, I don't have an appointment today, and they'll say, no, just we forgot to do this. That's what this was all about. This was all this was like. We got to see which one inherit that gene.
Unknown territory. Your triggers were identified with the precision of master psychologists, the
Not
exact
saying that
methods to drain
the other family members won't inherit it because so much mixed breeding happened. It skipped generations, y'all. This is alleged though.
your power without your awareness were learned.
So
Your own
meaning what I'm
family
saying
line
is,
became a
see
weapon
the
aimed
confirmation.
directly.
Most of your family members carry the trait. It's like a sickle cell trait, but they don't carry the full investment of that inherited genetic mutation that you carry, and it kind of give a bell off. And by the way, bells give off that high hertz sound that can block EMF too.
At your heart, and that weapon was
Confirmation.
fired
I'm
again
protecting
and
your heart.
again and again. Those who attacked you fundamentally underestimated who you are. You weren't chosen randomly for this mission. You were selected precisely because you possessed the spiritual
Oh,
DNA
oh,
necessary
oh,
to
oh.
not only survive the
Confirmation. Show up.
attacks, but to
Come on,
transform them into
ancestors.
fuel for your own
Come on,
ascension.
baby. We see. Look,
Every wound they inflicted was actually activating dormant abilities within you.
that's why I said most of the tactics they take us through actually put us in that warrior mode, in position of knowing and seeing things, and it kind of give you some information that just make you just adaptive as fuck.
Every betrayal was teaching you to
It's like a
distinguish
blueprint they
between
give you.
authentic love and parasitic attachment. The heartbreak you experienced, that
Because
constant
you
feeling
wouldn't know what you know it hadn't they been so precise with the tactics they do. Think about it.
of being stabbed in the emotional center of your being, wasn't just cruelty for its own sake. Those attacking you were specific.
But it's the reason why most of the people they send your way are sabotage later, because it's like you know too much, and now we have to energy harvest you. You got to pay your ties too. Yeah, all of this is that's the funny part. They don't know that. They don't tell them that too. Like, oh, by the way, when we're done with you, you're gonna have to pay your way too. You are going to. We're gonna have to put you in a predicament. They don't tell them that shit because it's all about energy harvesting. Most of these people carry these genetics too, but they only carry a trait, and is they're not as valuable to these people. There's nothing that I'm saying. This is the truth, and it's why you wonder why certain family members are black sheep, why certain family members are casted out because they strategically use them against each other.
Specifically
Follow me.
targeting your heart chakra because your mission requires an open, powerful heart connected to divine love. Your attackers understood something crucial. If they could damage your
It's like
ability
I
to
could feel what those ancestors went through when their families were allegedly, for research, when those families were separated, uh, fa- children separated from mothers. These are stories I read, or soldiers happen to be drafted, separated from their families. They were putting them in their isolated positions to be able to be scapegoats in the way to be able to energy harvest off them before they even do anything
trust, to receive love, to believe in
for
genuine
a
connection,
specific
you could be
reason,
prevented from accessing the full magnitude
which
of your
means before the brotherhood was even formed, before they came up with the idea that we could become one, like America splitting up and everybody find their own spot, like a reservation, allegedly. Uh, I'm saying too much.
gifts. They knew the
I'm being
equation was simple.
sarcastic
Close
and,
your
and,
heart,
and
close
speaking
your
in
power.
codes, because that's
So
really what's going
betrayals were
on.
engineered specifically for you. Your relationships were poisoned. People you loved were turned into instruments of pain.
Mm.
Not because those
Like I
people
said,
were in heaven.
they use us against each other. Unknowingly, people go with it happily because there's investments, there's gain that they get. They get some type of financial gain every time they do things. So it's like it's a survival. Here we go again. they're well living because they have to live. They gotta eat. We've created this system to where we think that we need money to live. When these empires, the Tartarian, they showed us that by not even implementing money, that you could survive, and not only survive, you could create technology that you could use, mobilize, like the internet. And these people were ahead of their time, and it involved no tools. It involved no assessments or extensions to where you need this to get this. It was just you inherited it based off your investment. Every day you live, every day you woke up. That's why I say our will living matters. Every day that they got up and serviced and this might sound funny, but every time they went out and helped a garden, you helping Mother Nature. Every time you created borders so this tree wouldn't die, you helped that oxygen to give off, because we are a part of that shit. But we do the same thing we do to these trees to each other, and we go against it for our own gain. I need this type shit. Oh yeah.
Friendly evil, but because influence could be exerted over them, manipulation could occur, and they could
So it's
be
like those empires showed us, if you have to do this, as far as like if the animal passed, or for research purposes, or if this person was in fear of his life or others, type shit. I'm being sarcastic. Like they didn't move how we do. It's all about intention. So everything you do for your selfish intentions, it boomerangs back to you. So then look, this organization put these young men in these. That's why it's going to be abolished. Fuck getting abolished. It's going to be because this put a lot of young men. Oh yeah. It's being documented and researched allegedly that a lot of young men were put in these research studies unknowingly. So it's not, now we got two tiers, right? You got the TIs that we say, what the fuck is this gang stalking shit, that are documented in situations and tactics done to them, which was research experiments without their consent, allegedly. Now you also have, in that same sense, you have people that were used against them, that face the same aspect as with them, in the same sense, y'all. So now that's why I say there's gonna be a lot of Ricos and Ricos and Ricos. So screen record this. When you see it, clip this and that clip, because it's definitely gonna happen. Mark my
used as
words.
pawns in a larger game you didn't even know you were playing.
So
Every
this
betrayal was
is
forcing you to develop
Obsidian Alchemy.
discernment that
It
ordinary
says,
souls never
the chosen one, they've attacked you for an extremely long time, but still failed miserably.
acquire. While others learn to trust through positive
So
experiences,
reacting
you
to
were
my
being forged
notifications,
in the
y'all.
fires of
Sitting in the
deception.
car,
Learning
sativa
to
break,
distinguish between authentic
meditation,
energy
get
and
some
masterful
hertz.
manipulation became your
MK
specialty.
Ultra was on
A
the rampage.
spiritual detector so
So
sensitive that no form of false light or parasitic attachment could ever fool you again was
but
being
I would say I played some Beethoven and Mozart. I'm giving a little soft saying too much. But I play a little Beethoven and Mozart and noticed that uh the energy and, like I said, that emptiness type of feeling I felt, that dream with unicorns. That's what I get. And then the dog is not pacing and barking for no reason, and the baby is not screaming and crying for the neighbors to record that we're leaving the baby crying when there's heavy EMF radiation. Ooh.
inadvertently created. Think about what this means.
Think
Your
about what this
ability to
means.
sense truth was
My ability to sense the concept of having us in that predicament of the baby screaming, and having the protocols and things done to fit the certain criteria is strategically done. Therefore, this fits the whole entire RICO crime. Ooh.
supposed to break. Instead, you became someone who can detect lies before
That's why I
words are
say
even
everything that's done is just added to a file, even if they successfully are able to do anything.
spoken. Your connection to love was supposed to destroy. Instead, you became someone who can recognize authentic love through any disguise. Your heart was supposed to close.
Now, I know they're gonna keep coming, but I would give them a blueprint and give them a good deed, because it'll boomerang back to me. Is the best bet is just to bless me and leave me alone. All of them too. every lodge in Florida, Georgia, Texas, North Carolina, because this is we in alignment now, and those powerful ancestors of mine that I'm in alignment with is in alignment of reconstructing things back to its place. I had a dream too about that. That's why I'm positive. This is why things are happening the way it's happening. These brotherhood organizations that study ancient Kemet and study the star system and know these things and don't give it off to the masses allegedly. They know that this is why certain disasters that don't even involve them, even though it looked like it, we may think, oh, that came from no, and that was some type of energetic realm that did that because we didn't do it, type shit. A lot of that they're seeing because this is the point to where enough is done. Enough is enough. Is how I feel. Enough is enough, and they don't deserve this type shit.
Instead, a heart so powerful that it transforms
Confirmation.
everything it touches was created. That feeling you've
It's
had
like
for
ain't no
years,
motherfucking
that
way.
persistent sense of being watched,
That's the
being
ancestors.
monitored,
Ain't no
being
motherfucking way.
energetically invaded, that wasn't paranoia.
Mm.
Your
This
intuition was
paranoid
actually
schizophrenia campaign. Allegedly, we need to, because I'm noticing a lot of these men who have campaign YouTube this for research purposes only because I'm noticing maybe these are decoys in the comments. So maybe this need to be, a lot of people need to hear this. So if you could help promote this, check this out. I'm noticing a lot of these fake practitioners and people aiming to allegedly because they notice that this person is experiencing this like it's self it's, what I'm saying, you really like misdirecting the whole motive behind whatever you arguing about because you are contradicting yourself. It's like you saying it ain't happening and saying it is at the same time because it's based off, oh bitch shut up, and still react this way. That's confirmation itself.
accurately perceiving constant surveillance of your energy field. Your patterns needed to be studied, your vulnerabilities assessed, your moments of
Right,
strength and
because
weakness.
most of the situations is to put you in vulnerable situations that you take bribes that they send your way that could potentially allegedly put you in really bad predicaments. I mean, put you in jail, have you fucked up, have you in a predicament you don't know what the fuck is going on. And I'm talking about most of these people don't even survive because you have corrupt people sitting their lives, like I could tell from family members based off what they tell me, my kids when they interact with these kids that have ties to these 33rd degree Freemasons, and I, you know, research certain people, I realize why they use them, and here I go trying to help them. Saying this, they use them for specific reason. Like I spoke about in my life earlier, I had a Judge Johnson that they ritualistically made my judge and sent me a letter before my I won't say his first name just for privacy reasons, but the fact that that's my last name, I could say it too. That's the reason why I say it. That's my grandma's blood name. But they said a letter pretty much saying, hey, y'all related, he can't be a judge. So you got another judge. And this is criminal, so I could talk about this. So avoid the petitions because this is like this was a corrupt judge possibly that's heard what Miss Avant said, saw Miss Avant's situation, saw the things that were being done, and you decided to not help fund her because you didn't really want to do it. It was because it was a strategy to keep me depressed in the Great Depression situation, which means it's a part of, here we go again, part of another RICO case.
Catalogued so attacks could be timed for maximum impact. But this violation of your
Correlations.
spiritual privacy was actually developing your awareness of energetic boundaries to levels that most people never reach. You became so sensitive to energetic trespass that you can now feel when consciousness touches your field from across the
Basically,
room, from across the world.
basically,
You developed abilities
this
that
is the main
spiritual
reason.
masters spend
I like
lifetimes
that
trying
because this is the main reason they put you in vulnerable situations so that you miss this.
to cultivate, and you had no choice but to develop them just to survive.
Right, survival
Your attackers
tactics.
made a
It's
critical
like
error in
it's
judgment.
Tartarian
The
Empire
assumption was that
way of
enough
living.
pain would break you.
It's
That
why they
sufficient
live like that.
isolation would
It's
convince
why
you to
those tribes
abandon your
that tried to provide preserve those traditions formed all over the world, because the Tartarian Empire was the whole world at some point. Think about it. Think about it.
path. That
Think about it.
persistent attacks would eventually wear down your connection to divine source. What they failed to account for was the fact that your spiritual constitution was forged in cosmic
We
fires,
keep forgetting,
specifically to
but even in the Bible, when they fabricated it, still a whole lot of truth in there. They told us it was 12 tribes of Judah. What was Judah? Judah at some point was America, right? America was Africa. It was one point Africa. Africa, that's because it was America. Either way you put it, somebody might say, no, Judah was Africa. Well, Africa was America. Allegedly.
withstand everything that could be unleashed against you. You're not just resilient, you're cosmically
allegedly
reinforced.
allegedly this what they don't want y'all to know. These corrupt organizations that form made them flood. See, it wasn't it was told, and the people, tried to bring this forth and say it was that, and it got thrown out, and it was just this. No, allegedly, from what I researched, I'm not telling you it's the truth, but those mud floods and stuff was a part of them destabilizing these folks, y'all. And this is why stuff is the way it is, y'all. Allegedly, y'all. I'm just saying allegedly.
What your attackers never understood is that you carry the essence of ascended master consciousness within your very DNA. The spiritual masters who have walked this earth before you, those who achieved enlightenment despite persecution, who maintained divine connection despite attacks, who transformed suffering into wisdom, their energy signature is encoded in your
See, in the
cellular
Bible,
structure.
they mocked us, and they mocked Jesus in the Bible, and we don't realize these are colonizers that fabricated our Bible. This is like some Tartarian Empire notes, because Jesus was part of one of the first targeted individuals, and people keep forgetting that they mocked him, put him on the cross, and we keep him on that bitch, walk around with the cross on our neck, like he just dumb. And instead of justifying him, releasing him, because Jesus was a prophet, just like most of these chosen ones. Yeah, big facts. They studied him and then mocked him, called him gay, allegedly.
You're not fighting this battle alone. You're
And then
channeled by
Jesus
an
told us,
entire
don't follow him, follow his father. They tried, like some Yahoo shit, they tried to white mud flood his existence out, and we fell for it. We fell for it. But some of us, we woke up to the truth, and this is why most of these people use certain tactics, because most of them been in this targeted predicament, to where these people been on high levels of surveillance, y'all. Not just normal, because everybody, you know, for terrorist reasons have to be on some type of surveillance, and I get that. But most of these people that go through things, they have people sent out to do certain things to get their reaction. So now they're not only being surveillance, they're having like a movie scene done in their life, if I could be sarcastic.
lineage of awakened beings who understand exactly what you're
Which
facing,
now it
because the
affects
same
them, the people around them, the public that are walking around them, that they're aiming to get this reaction from. Everybody's involved in the technology now. Everybody's involved. To the researchers that's researching this stuff. Now everybody's involved with these high level levels, because it coincides. In order to get a high effective rate, you have to use everything. That's why it costs so much money for them to run this software. You can't just use one. They have to implement everything. It's why you see street theater. It's why people fall for bribes and stuff, because it's like AI, and it memorizes what you want to see, and you get to see stuff that I see. Look, I'm seeing too much.
battles were faced before, every sleepless night when you felt invisible forces pressing against your energy field,
They definitely don't
every
want you to do this.
relationship
Cause
poisoned
look,
with influence,
if
every
you're gonna do it,
opportunity blocked through
you gotta.
interference. All of it was inadvertently training you to become the spiritual
If
warrior
I'm gonna
you
do
were
it, where's
always
my
meant
vape?
to be. Your own nemesis was
I'm gonna
being
go out with a
created,
bang.
one
Make them
perfectly
bless
calibrated
my
attack at a
ancestors.
time. The compulsion passions and obsessions that drove behavior are now reversing back
That's a
with
real
compound interest.
spiritual
The
investment.
energy stolen from you is snapping back to its rightful owner like a rubber band stretched beyond
Low
its
key,
breaking point.
that's the most
And the
important.
discovery is coming that when you steal from
Shit.
someone chosen by divine intelligence, the universe itself becomes your collection agency. If this
See, look,
message hits your spirit,
then when you just hear me say it's like a spiritual investment, my baby. So every time they do shit, you never repay evil for evil. So here we go, YouTube. This is a positive video. Never repay evil for evil because, baby, everything they do to you, it's gonna boomerang in your favor. Oh, cause you ain't repay evil for evil and give off that imbalance. Now the energetic intentions you give, cause that's all that really matters. That's what really give currency energy. In a sense, is how we able to use a money system to begin with because we knew that it was based off your intent and what you wanted and what see, I'm saying too
so
much.
more chosen ones like you can find it. Tonight marks the moment when cosmic law finally intervenes on your
Confirmation.
behalf. Not because you begged for rescue, not because you couldn't handle the pressure, but because you've successfully
It's alignment.
completed the most intensive spiritual training program ever
See,
designed.
look, we could never
You've proven beyond
manipulate
any doubt
alignment,
that you
even
deserve
if you
the
delay
power
it.
that was always meant to be yours. You have earned your protection.
But the main important thing, based off what I see when I do it, is when you don't repay you when you pay people with kindness when they do shit. That's when that shit boomerang in your favor. Even if they put you in fucked up shit, it's like, oh God, I know this. I gained more doing this tragedy. It's always gonna be like that because you in alignment with even them, and they don't realize, and they go against that energetic intention that you give them. Like, you notice when you have good intentions for stuff, when people do stuff, you always get a blessing after it happen. That type of shit.
Through trial by fire. The graceful,
Because we
beautiful
attach
being
ourselves
that has
to
been
stuff
wounded
and
for so
people
long
when we
is
do
about
stuff.
to spread wings that have been strengthened by everything once
See,
used to
look,
clip them.
a motherfucker
Your
say,
flight won't
what the fuck you talking about? But don't realize this is spiritual. This is spiritual. No matter how you feel about spirituality, I'm talking about if you notice your intentions and stuff you do for people, it affects you. This ain't got shit to do with, it's just facts. Because everything we do boomerang back. So think about it. I don't want to be a part of no alignment that has bad karmic ties to it. Hell no. So why don't people think like that? It's bizarre. It's crazier than me.
just be recovery. It will be a demonstration of power that announces to every force in the spiritual realm that a new player has entered the game, someone who cannot be manipulated, someone who cannot be drained, someone who has learned to transform poison into medicine and attacks into armor. But the most beautiful irony in this entire saga is how the hatred directed at you has been transformed.
Every day we wake up, every day we go to sleep, you say a prayer for yourself, just like whether you say your prayer that you grew up with, make sure you protect yourself and say everything they do to me reverse back to them. Everything they do to me boomerangs in my favor. Watch how shit happen. Cause everything we do is witchcraft. If we're gonna do it right. That's what our ancestors tried to tell us when they tried to pass it down. These colonizers mocked that shit, but it's up for debate.
Into your greatest advantage. Every ounce
They
of
made it
energy
evil
invested in trying to
and used
destroy
it
you
against them.
has been converted by divine
I
alchemy
caught on
into
to it,
fuel for your ascension. The
but to each
obsession
his
with
own.
preventing your success has actually
That's how
accelerated
you
your
do
development
witchcraft.
beyond what would have been
It's
possible
an
through any
affirmation.
other means. Think about it.
Everything they
If you
do
had been left
boomerangs back
alone,
in my
you
favor.
might have awakened slowly, gradually,
Everything that
over many
happens
years. You might have
is for a
discovered
reason.
your gifts through gentle
Everything
progression. You might have developed your
they send
abilities
my
at a
way
normal pace, but you
boomerang back
weren't
like
left
the
alone.
butterfly effect.
You were attacked relentlessly. You were forced to evolve faster than you would have otherwise.
Everything that happens,
Decades of
all
spiritual
boomerangs in my
development were
favor.
compressed into shorter
I
spans.
said
Your
with
ascension was
with spunk.
fast-tracked by the very attempts to
It's
prevent it.
called putting
The
more in
specific
energy
ways
and
your
intent.
destruction was attempted
That's why the
reveal just
ancestors
how deeply
danced
your
to the
potential
colonizers
was
of the
understood.
brotherhood when y'all studied my folks they didn't tell you why they was dancing. They just showed you what they did. But I'm gonna give y'all some sauce for free. They did it because it gave. It's like turning up a fan, bitch. You put more EMF and frequencies. That's what we did. It's like some Tartarian shit. That was shit they tried to keep. That was stuff they tried to preserve, and they mocked
By
us.
those attacking you. The attacks weren't random. The
Allegedly.
strikes weren't made without
You
strategy.
see
Every
everybody ain't
assault
brave
was
enough to say this
calculated
stuff.
to target the
Oh no,
exact gifts you would
we
need
got to
for
get
your
this
mission.
bag right.
When your
I
ability
got
to
y'all.
inspire others was seen, you were isolated.
That's what most
When your
folks say.
capacity for healing was recognized, you
You
were
trying to get
wounded
this bag, them
repeatedly.
folks gonna
When your
retaliate.
power to manifest
So,
abundance
are
was
you
identified.
contradicting yourself? You heard what I just said. Most people see the little corruption, no matter what, not being biased in situations, and decide to have this mindset to, man, fuck that. I'm trying to live. They gonna retaliate, or fuck that. For the people that's researching this, y'all, and it determines their direction of whatever they trying to get done. It because in a way it makes them in fear, y'all. Like, oh God, if I join alliance with you, or even be seen with you, or depending on the situation, this gonna affect me getting my money. Like you said, man, I gotta get my bag. What it does is contradict the fact that there is corruption somewhere, because you admit to it, and it's the reason why you decide to make your comment, your or the gesture you gave behind anything, y'all, based off that feeling, which means they contradict that this shit exists. Period. Hold up, I'm saying too much.
Artificial scarcity was created around you. This wasn't coincidence. This was surgical precision.
Facts.
Your attackers understood that if you could be kept broke, lonely, and broken, you would never
Isolation.
discover the magnitude of what you carry. But what
Another
they
energy
didn't understand
harvesting
is that
tactic.
deprivation doesn't.
Isolation. Another video. Or another reason why I wanted that top. It's like a feature. You know how you get your music playlist and you got the feature. It's one of the most featured tactic. Putting the person or subject in isolation.
Destroy
Follow me though.
capacity. It reveals it. You learn to create connections in isolation. You
Facts.
discovered inner wealth while
It
surrounded
scares them
by
when you're
lack.
able to adapt in isolation. That was confirmation.
You found healing abilities in your own wounds. Every limitation imposed on you became a
Adapting and
classroom where you
confirmation.
mastered skills nobody wanted you to have. The
Adapting
dreams
and
interrupted weren't
transformation.
just random
It's
sleep
tears of
disturbances.
books.
You
Y'all
were
can
being
write.
attacked in the astral realm because that's where you were doing work that couldn't be stopped in the physical.
To the investigators that's researching this, y'all, if you happen to stumble over this video, when you write your book and you take my little hints when I give you those titles, make sure you put in a little, I don't even need a paragraph, but you can just give me a little monologue part and say, there's this girl, you know what I'm saying? That would, give it your own twist. And, and make sure you don't forget what I just said.
While your body slept, your consciousness was traveling, learning, connecting with guides, and receiving downloads of information. That process had to be disrupted. Your sleep had to be fragmented, and exhaustion created so you couldn't integrate what you were learning in the higher dimensions. But even this backfired. The constant interruptions forced you to develop the ability to work in both realms simultaneously. You learned to maintain consciousness across multiple dimensions. You discovered how to ground spiritual information into physical reality faster than most practitioners ever achieve.
So if everything went virtual, because you know that allegedly we able to see certain things based, it's like having that new car and things, we get that a line come through, you realize it was only exposed to the public because it had to be, but it's some forensic type shit. That's the alignment right now, and a lot of things is gonna shock a lot of people because we don't realize alignment is alignment. It's like it's nowhere around it, even if there's a loophole.
Your attacks on sleep became advanced training in
Here we go, baby.
multidimensional awareness. Look at how corruption of your relationships was
Come on,
attempted.
baby. Let me talk to
Not
you for a
just
second.
romantic connections, but friendships, professional
This is
alliances,
confirmation.
mentorships. Anyone who got close to you either became a
This is
weapon that could be
motivation.
used or
Thank you.
had to
What
be
video?
driven
What is
away
this?
before
See, I gotta
support
get
for your
glasses.
growth could be
This
given.
is
You
Obsidian
watched people
Alchemy, y'all.
change around you,
Let me like
seen
it. I
them
ain't even
turn
like it
cold
yet.
for no apparent reason, felt connections die that
I'm gonna
should have
put this is
flourished.
confirmation.
This wasn't your fault. This was interference. Thoughts were implanted in the minds of people close to you, subtle
No, this is
suggestions, minor
definitely
doubts, small
confirmation.
irritations that grew into major conflicts. The understanding existed that you learn through connection,
Because
that you
angels
grow through
use
relationship,
vessels and
that you
people
discover
and
yourself
spirit
through
vessels
interaction
allegedly.
with others. So authentic connection had to be
So it's all
prevented.
about
You had to be
patterns, and
kept
these corrupt
isolated.
organizations
You
they
had to be made to
manipulated that too.
believe that something was wrong with you, that made people leave. But you didn't break. The narrative
And
wasn't
then mocked
accepted.
you and used it
Instead,
against
you
you like they
developed the
did Jesus.
capacity to love people without needing them to stay.
Allegedly.
You learn to appreciate
See,
connections without
understand what
clinging.
I'm saying when I say they mock Jesus and everything he lived by, because in the same sense, it's like, oh, he's gay. Oh, he was too lenient. It's like a Trump campaign, the first one. You know what I'm saying? Because he was dismantling corruption back in, you know what I'm saying, before ancient Kemet. He saw it before. It's like how those, you have heard stories of those tribes, and they have these mothers and certain people, chiefs, and people that because those type of people also live like those Tartarian empires, the way they gave to Mother Nature too, in their way of living. Think about it, what I'm trying to say, and research their way of living and how they ate and how they, the reason they farmed. They didn't farm because they wanted to do that. It was their part, and this is why I tell a lot of people. And if our government, I'm giving them soft stuff, like some real Black Panther shit. Like the reason they did these gardens and farm, it was given, it's like investment spiritually, allegedly, to the land you reserve and you live on. Is beyond just for you. It's about you. No matter what you do. So when you give back to the land somehow, when you garden in your, especially in your backyard, if you got a house, you want a garden, and if it's apartment complex, giving sauce, allegedly, you want to have a garden nearby, because now you get spiritual and universal karma together now. Avoiding natural disasters. You ever notice, you see these moments on the news where you see towns in Jamaica, most of these spiritual people in these places, they live like these Tartarian empires, y'all. Give to Mother Nature, you see the tragedy like a circle around them, sort of like a barrier. Well, damn, that shit, it didn't even get touched. It's because it's universal protection. This is how it's like putting protection in your house, in your car. This is how you do it for a community, by doing it and living like this, y'all. Now, and see, look, it ain't just like the government preventing us from doing it. It's because we complain and complain and complain about things and that don't make sense, to where now we can't do this because now we could get sued. So look, I'm even helping the government because we so materialistic that we rather like this is is bigger than what you think,
To
y'all.
them, you discovered how to remain open-hearted even when surrounded
Because
by
they
betrayal.
manipulate these
This is a level
programs.
of emotional mastery that most
Facts.
humans never achieve. Your heart was supposed to close. You were taught how to keep it open under any.
I guarantee you, the founder, the first one that funded these welfare systems back in the day. So look, I'm shouting out the government in the way that had some in good intent when they took this inspired moment from the Black Panthers and most of these people that formed tribal organizations like the Tartarian empires, y'all. Most of them wasn't violent, but a lot of them was, y'all. So gotta keep that in mind. But I guarantee you, the first founder of the government that tried to utilize the resource they had to do it better, right? And then it was corroded, like a corrosion, because these people started to employ themselves around these ideas that could go against their corrupt uh, motives, because most people don't understand these people are doing rituals and dark shit. This beyond what we think.
Circumstances. The financial attacks deserve
Allegedly,
special attention because they reveal the desperation behind
this
strategy.
for entertainment
The knowledge
YouTube.
existed that poverty creates vulnerability. Stress about survival makes it harder to focus on spiritual development. Constant worry about money drains energy that could be used for your mission, so opportunities
Yeah,
were blocked.
let's like this
Unexpected
video so that
expenses were
yeah, we get
created.
the algorithm to
Circumstances
get
were
this
manipulated to
video
keep
out
you
to more
struggling.
chosen ones,
Every
y'all,
time you got close to
that need to
stability,
hear this in
something would
alignment, because
happen. An
alignment always
emergency, a
happen when we're
betrayal,
all
an
in alignment.
unexpected
So
loss.
pretty
This
much
pattern
it
wasn't
may
bad
be
luck.
something they
This
need to
was
hear to get
engineered
them through certain
instability
tactics.
designed to keep you
Understand
focused
where I'm
on
going with this?
survival instead of
Like
purpose.
survival
But
tactic
what wasn't
or
anticipated
survival tool.
is that financial pressure would teach you to trust divine provision in ways that abundance never could. You learned to manifest
Yeah,
resources from nothing. You
it's like manifestation in a way.
discovered that the universe provides exactly what you need,
Right.
exactly when you
This
need
is what I'm
it.
saying.
You developed
The
faith that can't be
universal
shaken because
karma
it was forged in
or universal
circumstances
debt.
where faith was all you had. The poverty created for you became the
You really,
laboratory.
you notice that house legend. You notice and it's for people who have their own house too. And you know, you notice that a house that doesn't have a garden, you're gonna realize why you have to do so much to reserve the grass and keep it green and keep it. You want to know why it's not so full like you see most places, especially when you go to these places like I mentioned, Jamaica and the islanders, and you know, see why is it so colorful there? Because it's the gardens. You give it to the universe. So it's like you just can't see the bigger picture of the investment you give when you get universal karma, when you actually live like this and have gardens near you, because it's like a ritual. That's where they get these altars from. The idea, because they do it with nature. So look, I gave them free sauce, y'all. This something my ancestors never told them.
Where you mastered manifestation, you were supposed to be kept broke. You became a master of creation
Confirmation.
instead. Think about the specific ways your
And,
confidence was a
and I'm in confidence to say it now and feel comfortable to, because you never play with angels and energies, and I'll never play with mine. It's like it's giving the green light to say it now, because all of this time they never knew this. That's what I sense. It's like they never knew they really played themselves. Now you energetically lose your financial weight in heaven, and that's a spiritual debt.
fact. The constant
They
criticism
fooled
that
them.
came from
They
family
laughed all
members,
the way
the
to
subtle
their
put
graves.
downs disguised as concern, the way your achievements were
Like this
minimized and
fool
your
think he gonna
failures
keep
were
me in here.
magnified. Your
and,
self belief
and
was
and
being
that's when you get those
systematically
movies.
dismantled.
Most of those people that study these people realize maybe this happened when they have these paranormal activities with, like, damn, notice this is why. I'm saying too much.
Because the understanding existed that a chosen one who doubts themselves is neutralized, but confidence built on external validation is fragile.
For the people that's
Confidence
researching this, and I know y'all hearing a lot of the cases too that's corrupt, heavily tied to these corrupt organizations, and you hear stories of people, just allegedly, just saying that there's proof that, and you hear rumors, because basically this is a rumor that they actually do rituals to where they are eating these people's organs and drinking their blood. Y'all hear a lot of stories like this, and and they don't realize these some of these things hold ties though, if it's true or not. Because if they do that, it's a part of the oral harvesting, and I would want to be a part of that when they are doing that to someone. That is really powerful, especially if you're doing it to somebody that's like, let's say a witch or something. I'm being funny, but I'm really being serious. At the same time, that have good. We talk about that spiritual karma versus spiritual depth. You get higher. It's only about alignment though. It's nothing that the person do. See, people misunderstand it. It's about you. Hold up,
built despite
I'm saying too
constant
much.
invalidation is unshakable. You were forced to develop a relationship with yourself that doesn't require anyone else's
It's
approval.
like
You learn to trust your own perception,
I feel
even when
like
everyone.
I feel like if we might as well be kind to each other. It's like I feel like I need to be more kinder. But that's the spiritual message. They might as well be kind, and because it's all about them. Because this is, if they don't, it's because they may get to a point where it's too late for them spiritually. Spiritually,
Around you said you were wrong. This is the kind of inner certainty that prophets and
maybe God
revolutionaries
put
carry.
me in people's
You were
lives
supposed to break.
to
You
humble
were
them
built into
and
someone
to be
unbreakable instead.
the change to make
The
them
physical
see
symptoms
that
you experienced weren't
the
all
bigger
natural
picture
illness.
in their
Many of them
lives.
were energetic attacks manifesting in your
Confirmation,
body. The exhaustion that had no medical explanation. The pain that moved around without clear
confirmation.
cause. The sudden onset of symptoms that disappeared just as mysteriously.
Did not just say my hip and the other lie I told y'all my hip gave out. First, we're not gonna just forget about my arm because it started from there. It usually be my left leg, but it was started from my left arm, and then out of nowhere, my right hip just. I'm talking about had me where I couldn't move to the side. I couldn't, y'all. I couldn't step a certain way. It wasn't that I couldn't step. It was like so systematic, or I could. It's not that I couldn't step. I couldn't step a certain way. I couldn't move a certain way. Now that it's got better, I can't lay a certain way. I can only lay one way, and it feels like some type of oh yeah. This is how I know that it's high levels of EMF. Plus, I got an EMF reader, and I can see high levels when I'm feeling that pain. So I ain't just saying this being crazy. So I could back up what I'm saying if they send a wellness check, but I'm just documenting this for research purposes, y'all. And I tell you what, it's because they're aiming it directly at that spot. Hold up, but I'm saying too much.
Your body was bearing the impact of
Confirmation,
spiritual warfare. Your physical health was targeted because the knowledge existed that a sick body
confirmation,
makes spiritual work
confirmation,
difficult.
confirmation, because
Chronic
that's
pain.
exactly what it did to me, make life completely difficult. Because what I learned, I gotta input this about autistic people, because 90% allegedly people that have been targeted are some of them high functioning, but most of them autistic individuals. Yeah, right. It started from those genetics, right, that they carry allegedly. It's been documented. It's been researched too. So they finding the ties, connections. Allegedly, most people just don't get this information, or they just that they haven't heard it yet. But what I realized is that these autistic people that these people that they study because they learn the senses. That's what it's all about, and that's high levels of EMF itself. These Tartarian empires, I don't know if these people realize, but that's what they were doing. They was giving off, maybe they know this, giving off their own energetic EMF, and they just like the Bible, they modified it. But I'm saying too much.
Distracts from higher consciousness. Fatigue prevents you from taking action on your mission. So you were bombarded with negative energy,
Yes,
designed to create physical breakdown. But your
yes.
body is more resilient than calculated. It learned to process and transmute
Mm.
dark energy. It developed the
Implementing those
capacity.
hurts, and I told you every time. I could feel when it like resist in a resist moment to where, and you could kind of hear it because that means they have it loud because sometimes you don't know. As long as there's a router, and this is what has been documented lately. The last 20 years, they realized that these people are using allegedly they're using routers. They're using this is why most of these people got so mad. You didn't know these protesters that were so mad about those towers, allegedly those big ones. I won't say the name that was putting up, you saw a big campaign of take it down. They wasn't in panic of it being there. They knew what it was. You know, and these people were being too blunt with it because they wanted to do this, and it was like a reservation. We don't realize it because they realize that most of these tribes they can go to these reservations. They know where they at, and this is why you have a high level 911s in communities itself. Oh, but I'm saying too much.
To heal from attacks that would hospitalize ordinary people. The confusion created in your mind was perhaps the most insidious
Thank you,
tactic.
ancestors.
The
This is
brain
some
fog that made it
hilarious
hard
stuff.
to think clearly. The memory issues that made you question
So
your
what
own
that
experience.
means is it don't matter what they do, just let them do it. When you When you understand what I'm trying to say, it's like it's so powerful. Hold up. I think
Experiences,
I think
the way your thoughts would
I think
scatter
I'm really
just when
going
you
too
needed
hard because
focus.
I had to give it a
This was
separate
mental
video.
interference designed to
It's
prevent you from
designed to
seeing
right,
patterns,
right. See, look,
connecting dots,
knock
understanding
on
what
wood.
was really happening. But mental confusion forced you to develop other ways of knowing.
This is
You
alignment.
learned to
This is
trust your intuition when
universal
logic failed.
alignment,
You discovered how to receive information
which means that's what makes the universal karma like a plug. You got this is how you plug up the spiritual. It's all in the way of living. This is the only way you can get it.
through
You
feeling
can't buy it.
when thinking became
No, no,
unreliable.
no.
You developed direct
No
knowing
trees
that
involved.
bypasses mental processing entirely. Your mind was supposed to be clouded. You were forced to develop consciousness
It's like it's
beyond
nowhere to
mind
put it.
instead. The way other people were used as
Sign
weapons
language.
shows the extent of
Shit.
the network aligned against you. Random strangers who said exactly the wrong thing at exactly the wrong moment. Service providers who inexplicably made your life harder.
See, look,
Authority, but this
this is
constant
definitely confirmation because I automatically realize why these drainages happen when specific things happen. Like this isn't, but it made me so mad that I did have a chance to think about stuff. Sometimes I get real mad. I have to like really cuss people out, y'all, and I hate to get like that, but it's only because I feel disgusted. Like I said earlier in the live, being in the knowing, it feels disgusting seeing that shit. See,
trail
I'm
from
saying too
unexpected
much.
sources taught you to rely on your own guidance exclusively. You stopped looking to external authorities for validation.
Following
You
your
quit
intuitive
trying to make
leads.
sense of other people's
Stop.
inexplicable behavior.
Most of the time,
You
stop
learned to
taking
navigate
people advice. I highly advise this to stop. Most of those times, people are thrown in to give you misinformation. Yeah, and I'm saying this and giving you this video, so definitely I'm telling you that for a reason because most of the time they are decoys, like a decoy order to deter you from what you're really trying to do and what you want to do and what you got to do. It's like helping somebody be rich and not gain nothing but rent
the world
and
with your own
gas.
internal